Alright, campers. Music. Up. Not this music, never mind. Do we have normal music? This works. Me howdy. Turbine is a mug, everybody. Okay, it's like, alright, welcome. Hi, Flunkies. Hi, Amelia. Hi, TS. Yeah, it's a mug and play this, alright? Hi, Killa. Hi, Andrea. Hi, Boochies. Hi, Oika. I'm just happy. Tired. Very tired. That is not Western ambience. Maybe I should check. This guy does not have DRT.
You know what we really keep in those barrels? Naughty dwarves like you.
Alright, let's get the game started. Get a blanket real quick. I'm fucking cold. Outside it's probably cold.
Fuck you! Fuck you! You know what happened to the last dwarf who kicked a barrel? I killed him!
Thank you.
On Devin.
Alright, Gooners, what the fuck are we doing? Cold. What are we doing?
Waiting on you.
Yes, I know.
Kicking barrels in the launch bay.
Oh, of course. More barrels in the launch tube that could get caught in the launch thrusters,
Fuck, it's cold.
rendering the drop pod
Why
inert
is it
and
so
sending
cold?
you careening to your death on an
Blanky.
alien planet.
I have blanky.
Perfect.
I already have it. Alright, what the fuck are we doing? Who is the lowest level here? Who needs to do this shit?
Guilty.
Yeah!
Who?
Feel much better now.
I only have like 4 people and I do not know who is talking. Tell me who. Tell me who.
Go to.
Okay, let's go do your shit. What you have? Cold Wells, on-site refining.
Oh, we should have gotten you that UI mod. Oh well.
Ah, it's fine.
Recent mission performance.
It actually
You
shows.
should really consider lowering the hazard
It
level.
actually shows all 5 people.
Move it, guys! We're going planet side!
A video game.
A game. We're getting into a game. Oh my god.
I get to return to my homeland.
The homeland.
Hi, Oika!
Raised in the salt pits. Born in them.
Alright, I have that off. Привет, Nikolai!
Yo, is that an entire orca in the
That's entire orc. Take a seat.
Well,
Sit.
Orca.
Oh, you can't sit. I can.
Okay. We'll see how this goes.
Finally. Time for a video game, yippee.
About time.
Oh, I'm
This
about
rock
to get
is gonna
so
be
many
the death
happy
of
returns
us.
with this.
Stop whining!
I can tell.
Hey, yo, in-game person. They said hello to you. Like, who the fuck just pushed me? Fuck off!
This mission has been reserved for you based on your history at the Abyss Bar. If you can pump liquid dark morkite into a rocket...
Hold on. Let me lower the fucking music. I am being
This should
blasted.
be a quick mission for you.
Your time is armoring down! Egg pop!
One sentry gun, ready to be.
Hi, Norden! Yeah! I'm not small. Fuck you, Norden. I am not! I will murder you. I will bite your fucking ankles.
Nothing like fighting for black gold in a foreign territory.
I'm not!
Dominance, am I right?
Easily concealed in a suitcase.
Pump jacks bypass a couple different biohazard safety protocols, so if you aren't a glyphid, keep your distance.
Jack's hooked up to the refiner!
They're expensive, yes.
Pump jack inbound. Hands off. Any more kite you drink is coming out of your pay stub.
I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting there to be more of a need for girls with this mission.
Oh, I know what the fuck. Oh, right. Okay, I know what we're doing.
Well, we got lucky with
Salutations, good sir. Salutations, Miss Tappy. Salutations. Doing it.
Pop the swarmer egg.
I got it! Professional, yeah.
I will murder all of you.
Your own fault.
I didn't think you got the balls for that. You're gonna kill me. Oh, thank God.
Where are we supposed to connect? Oh, there.
Yep, there's all three of them. Just there. I mean, I'm not complaining. Usually it's...
Usually it's up.
Access provided.
Especially without a drummer.
Eliminated!
I made a
To
platform.
be fair, I think this is like a
Why is it dark?
has.
Out of ammo!
I think it's three,
Platform.
actually.
Sentry gun needs assembling.
Yep, has three.
Yeah, it has 3.
Sentry gun needs
the
assembling.
complexity of the map.
Why is everything so dark? What the fuck?
Go get him, boy.
It's DRG, you're in games. It's
I know it's darker than I thought. Oh, right, place.
He really has a
Fair.
cozy job.
yeah.
Dark as
It's dark as fuck.
Reloading.
You shouldn't need precious minerals. It will get you killed.
I know, right?
Another day at the office.
This one's for Tom. Go for my
I mean, to be fair, I should at least be laying the pipeline side, because I don't know why I'm doing what you're doing.
Oh yeah, I should be probably laying the pipelines too.
And I'm killing all the big guys.
No!
Don't waste your ammunition.
right here.
I know, I mean,
There are types of DRG players.
The ones who shoot the who do not shoot the bugs.
Exactly.
and then there's me where I just.
I'm not small!
Destroy.
I mean,
Fuck you! You don't appear for 5 fucking months and you come in and call me tiny. Go fuck yourself.
Pipe segment done.
I mean, in general, it's more like people who kill the loot bug versus the people who don't.
Pipe segment completed.
Yeah, you all did a silly Billy.
Yeah, maybe the dress up as loot bug. Yeah, loot Adam.
You just have to dress
And
up in the loop.
that way we can teach people to stop bullying
Just
loot bugs.
had to build it like that, didn't you?
I mean, as I say, I feel like that's not gonna work as well if the scout's the one person who's the loot bug.
That's true.
Just incentivizing the
Egg fry.
C4 at that point.
I'm not gonna lie, I literally just tried to ADS in this fucking game. I literally have CS after this. Who wants to join me?
I should probably
CSGO? Oh, good lord.
CS2, even worse.
Because dwarves are on the menu.
You know, I'm gonna go check out
Weren't you like raging the hell out of it yesterday though?
Oh my god, can I stop lagging? Yes, Team Fortress 2.
The swarm is here, so just shoot them or something. I don't know.
Excuse me?
I feel like if we're comparing the two, TF2 has generally less rating.
It's Team Fortress 2, of course.
Exactly.
No, it has the exact same amount of raging points. It's just that you have to go through. But whenever they find them, my god, do they never end.
Reloading.
I feel like in CS2 though, they just kind of happen whether or not you're looking for them.
I really like how it goes.
It's fun though. You come for the raging, don't you? That's what CSU is. You go to No, but that rage is worse though. That's cringe. The people on CSU are actually based and you actually go outside. So their rage matters more.
I call cap.
Their rage matters more, you know?
Good for you.
Because they actually contribute to society compared to the leaguers.
Tomato.
Happy laying
Ball.
I'm reading your chat better than you are apparently, streamer.
Rest of this? I don't even know. There's so many things going on. I'm overstimulated. You have to. All you have to do is play the game and read chat. I had to read chat, manage your stream, look at the stream, everything high booties.
I mean, you could also be reading chat anyway. I read your chat. I have chat on the side, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. I've got the benefit of 2 monitors.
I have 2 monitors too, but
Oh, then
I'm gonna be honest, my chat is fucking tiny.
get you.
Stim the weapon. I fucking wish!
Well, you see,
I
Tabby,
thought with you being so small, you'd be able to see it more.
Tabby,
I will
you have to minimize
grab you.
your chat and full size it.
Fine, I'll make
Did
it
you
bigger.
know that management logs each
I know.
and every
Stim the weapon
resupply you
respectfully.
call?
Grass touches, tiny chat,
Just
mythical,
something
even.
to keep in mind.
I don't. How am I supposed to read chat? Like, how are you supposed to do it? Like, read their entire message, then respond? Or what the hell am I supposed to do?
Which one of you brave souls would like to turn it on?
Okay.
Oh, hey.
I'm not your.
Fund essays if they donate money.
This pod will
Okay.
ammo and health.
Donate 1 sub, I'll read your essays.
Commencing extraction of the liquid morphite.
They donate.
I gotta admit,
Do you have a scout?
one
I am dropping it on a shit ton of platforms.
the locals are organizing protests to stop the
There's
extraction.
no Molly! Ow! Fuck it.
Long-term consequences.
Look at the fucking balls!
Why don't you show them some of the short-term consequences? Sequence at 25%. Your superior dwarven craftsmanship is spewing liquid morkite all over the walls of the cave.
I want to play Arma. Can I join you next week? I would like to try out. Do I need to do training?
Line is all better.
The armor track.
Your suit, on the other hand,
So mostly what our training is us asking you if you've ever actually played
if
the
that's
game
what you
before.
I have. I set up keybinds on the go because I'm not gonna lie. When you do one new thing, you need to you gotta get more keybinds.
pipeline operational again. I'd say that just bought us about 30 more seconds of smooth pumping.
Oh, for like the mods and shit, like Ace. Oh, okay, yeah. No, I haven't tried. Yeah, I'll probably get that set up when I was with you guys, like, doing it, you know?
And apparently so do Glyphid.
But I used to do a lot of sniping, artillery, helicopter.
Halfway there, miners.
So
Do everything you just did, but again.
it's fine.
Out of my way! Heck.
Oh god, it's leaking again. Dwarves.
I don't have enough ammo for my fucking turret.
Leak fixed.
I'm not gonna lie, this entire resupply is just for the fucking ammo alone.
Your Morkite is good for beard
And now you
growth.
understand why we had you install dynamic nitro.
Like, I did!
The screws in wrong again.
It takes... Yeah.
You ever learn?
I'm saying now you understand why we had you do that.
Why did I hit you but not the grunt? What the fuck?
What did you think you were doing this whole
Go fuck yourself.
Clearly not
One of
good.
those.
I can't go fuck myself.
The liquid Morkite is flowing again. Keep up the good work, team. Eyes open and brains on. You've got incoming. Almost done, crew. You can have your heart attacks as soon as you finish.
There's one...
Got company!
I got two.
Superior dwarven craftsmanship is spewing liquid Morkite all over the walls of the cave.
The drone things are so fucking good, I'm not gonna lie.
Getting some
Just throw them and repair the pipeline and everything comes near you just fucking dies.
You put the screws in wrong again.
Like, two of them literally just murders a, what is it, the thing with the green thing at the back instantly.
Your suit, on the
In
other
like
hand,
5 seconds.
Set it and forget it, the grenade.
get
Yeah.
mistakes, guys.
I'm not gonna lie, I kinda wish the range is a bit bigger.
Fasteners next time, because there will be a next time.
They have to keep it from being overpowered somehow.
It's already fucking overpowered.
Exactly.
Great.
It actually has
Now,
nerve
can you finish the
GPS
job we
against single
actually
targets.
sent you to do?
Alright, we're done.
And there it goes!
Alright.
Back to orbit with you!
What?
So with loads of on the same target, their general damage per second is nerfed. It's still more damage than it would have been if it was just one attacking a set target, but it's that way they don't literally
The Morkite was supposed to go in the rocket, not on it, but I'll let the sanitation team know they have you to thank for their next job.
Was it the platinum burster one that just strike damage?
Yeah, it's a lot better.
That had actual
We are free from the oppressor!
But it's pretty niche.
Watch me go!
Cool, I think.
I mean, to be fair, you could.
Ready to kill some more crates!
To be fair, as much as some of the
Drop pod is
NGs
leaving in 3 minutes, so
grenade
get a
choices are,
move
I feel
on.
like they're kind of the most balanced in terms of
In?
they all have their distinctive purpose.
Yeah. Like, the landmines work, but I don't really know how to use them, so I never really got into it. And, like, all the guns have their own... NG is just really, really balanced. You have different guns. You got shotguns, which kind of work. You got, all the other shit. I'm stuck.
NG tended to be the all-rounder, so
Yeah.
Take that!
it's something that NG does.
You missed, bitch! Haha!
Instant recap.
Have the AI read it to your ear and just repeat. Yeah, that's definitely a way of reading chat.
We don't have an AI, we literally just have a fucking text-to-speech reading it out to me. But literally the game and everything is so fucking loud, I can't even fucking hear the TTS.
You've got 2 remaining.
Good. Yeah, why?
What? What are you doing?
Dirt digger. Red him.
Somehow I genuinely did not notice that. Alright.
Back off!
Redder's out.
Kinda ready to go, I mean.
I got the Praetorian. I hate nature.
No! No!
Did you dwarves say anything else?
I definitely clicked the button to blow that up, so you got it at time.
That's crazy.
Glasses for making eyes see better, sick my head. Fuck you. Fuck you all.
A mining incident.
Why? What's the blue thing for?
So that's your overall level. Basically, like, if you play multiple characters, it's like their level combined.
Okay.
It's a show of your general experience.
Experience.
I am a low level.
So, part of swapping gamepads means I no longer have access to number keys, and man, am I missing them right now.
I need to get a. I wish there was a. Why is Stream Deck so fucking expensive? That's my thing right now. I really want a Stream Deck so badly because like I'm about to lose it. I'm about to fucking make lose it.
I'll think about it on next payday.
You gonna buy me one?
Maybe.
Fucking lose it.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Actually, yeah, Vampire she's probably a really good fucking perk. Holy.
Hold up.
It's really good on Driller.
Yeah, loving it.
I am not gonna get it's a bug thing. I'm gonna.
Gabby, if we're being completely honest with how the perk system is right now, by the end of the day, you will end up having more than enough points to get all the perks.
Oh, okay.
At this point, it's
How do I? Oh, hold E while get a grunt. That's within 2. Okay.
Just a perk for me.
I do hope they rework the perk system one day.
same.
Pure
It is
perk
so
mania.
desperately in need.
Why? It seems okay.
You want to know what I hope they do someday?
Fucking make DRG too. I'm not gonna lie. Just judging by the fact that how veteranized you fuckers are, I think they need a second one. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, they did make a second one.
That's.
I was just gonna say buff the Sabata and give the EPC more use as a weapon.
Hold on.
Force.
I have a question.
Yeah, the poor Sabata.
I have a question. Does just getting all is it like getting all the gear modifications? Should I only do it for the armor only, but for the guns too?
Yes.
You get modifications with the gun as well.
Because like why?
Yes.
Uh,
Build variety.
build. I don't need build variety.
It's just
Yes, you
eventually.
do.
You should eventually.
Eventually.
Eventually do it all, but like my question is like, does getting all of it just buff the weapons like how it just buffs the armor?
No.
Okay.
You do get things for doing it, however. The main
Most
buffs are for weapons coming overclocks, yeah.
It is warm.
What's this button doing?
Ooh, that is some very fucking good ones. Either triple split line or fucking plasma trail. Like fuck it.
I mean, both have their uses, honestly.
I feel like I'll try both. I'll try both. Both your nuts. Nuts.
Contrary to how some of the tiers for certain things are set up, like not every like tier upgrade.
Hold on. How the fuck am I supposed to promote again?
99% of the time.
I kind of forgot. I've been playing this shit for a while. How am I supposed to promote?
You go solo and go to the Memorial Hall. Unless you installed the mod to where you can just go up there in multiplayer and do it.
Can I go do it? Do I need to, like... I'm confused.
You need to be solo. Under normal circumstances,
Can I do
you
it?
need to be solo
Oh.
to happen, yes.
Oh, I need promotion qualification engineer now. I need to do that, right?
Oh. Yeah, okay, that first. Okay. I thought you were saying that you had done that already, and it was...
Nah. We're fine.
Drop pod is more than
We're
ready
gonna
to drag you
die.
So hurry up and get in it.
My PC might die.
Why?
Wait, what?
Thermal times.
I was gonna say, did you forget to turn, or close the armor like you intended to?
It's
Some
currently
rats
sitting
from
at
the
85
tabloid.
Celsius on the CPU. Its max is 90 before it shuts itself down.
Guilty ass.
So, we'll see how this goes.
I'll see how this goes.
Yeah!
See how
I mean,
this
sure.
goes.
I mean, sure, there's probably like a few settings you can reduce for that.
I don't even think it's that. You see, is that warm where I am right now? It is. It's meant.
Oh, of course. More
environmental
barrels in the
factor.
launch tube that could get
Yes.
caught in the launch
Welcome
thrusters,
to Scotland.
rendering the drop pod inert
Yes.
and sending you careening to your death on an alien planet.
Yeah.
Perfect!
I have like 15 minutes before I have to be busy for another 10, so.
Why not do it now?
It's max complexity and max length. Oh boy, I'm
So-
definitely gonna be out of it mid-map.
Why not do it? Why not do it now? Is it?
Because it's something I'm waiting to do.
Oh, I need a snack.
It just means I'll be AFK for some of the mission, that's all.
Okay.
Is to put it.
Seriously?
Blunt,
You're bringing that?
yep. To put it bluntly, the chocolate that's currently sitting on my desk is it's just a pile of chocolate.
It is currently
Yeah!
31 degrees outside, a real feel 40 degrees outside, and my room is fucking freezing.
Can I have
What?
oil?
It's fucking boiling in here. It's raining and it's also hot.
It's raining fucking hard.
Let's see. So right now,
I did.
77 feels like 78. Oh, was that in European?
I like how every time I search up temperature in my fucking area, Google always fucking says excessive heat, excessive heat. Motherfucker, it's always excessive heat. Here, go fuck yourself.
25 degrees Celsius is what it's at right now for me.
Like, it's Google always says excessive heat.
This is gonna be a walk in the park.
If
we survive, next round is on me.
100 degrees is
I've just
the
squashed
norm,
some bugs,
so that's like
team.
30,
Except this time, the bugs are
32
you, and the squashing will be done by Glypha Dreadnought.
Die.
Smile.
with a 100% humidity, so it feels like
You really thought that was gonna work. Here, platforms did.
To say the least.
I thought I could
It's
get away with it.
currently, as we speak, it is 9 Celsius.
There's a Janus here. Molly, over here.
Google doesn't know the average temperature of Thai people. They're like, oh no, it's excessive heat. Do not. Go fuck
Get my
yourself.
pants to make him get sense.
Imagine being
There, light.
Why? You'd fucking like it. Yeah, the heat's not bad. The heat's better than what they have in fucking Britain. Whatever, and heat's here is better than everybody else. Cheap fucking food. Think about it, an entire meal for $1.
I hope that was not progress.
Yeah, easy transportation, good public transportation, nice people, a shit ton of prostitutes.
Think I dropped me bloody keys.
You're cute.
The fact of
Where is
their
that damn
transport,
tidbit?
all
I
it
was
takes to
born
get,
ready.
because our transport here is, well, nothing.
Like, okay, you want to go around in the capital city of Bangkok, there's taxis, there's sky trains, there are trams, there are fucking buses, there are also fucking 3 types of Ubers, I might say.
That will create time to shred. Pesticide coming up.
I bet that each beam does the same amount of damage, hopefully.
Stay clear of the remains of the port bottle.
Oh, I didn't. Man, I hate when I forget when I'm muted. Yes, each medium does a separate thing of damage.
So kind
Or
of, does it split it or just?
damage.
So basically, it's just a 3 times damage. Who the fuck?
If you do the lines, yes. Or if you like line up the line perfectly on something, yes.
Entry all. Shredder deployed. Reloading. Yeah.
The thing I was asking before I realized that dude is it like 3 different companies that do the things that you were like
Oh, there's also 3 different companies, and two out of 3 do food delivery, too. There's a side gig. All of them. Yep, they're all walkable. It's not exactly, okay, it's all walkable, but, I mean, it's a lot of shit's connected to, like, to the metro line or the SkyTrain line. Like, literally most big malls literally have a direct connection to it. You don't, it's all walkable, but you don't have to walk, just ride a train. And you're there.
it's all walkable, but there's ample public transport basically.
Yeah, basically. You can literally, like, you can get out your apartment. You don't... I'm gonna be honest, if you get an apartment here, you can literally just go out the first floor, and there's probably a 7-Eleven, a shit ton of vending machines. You want some tea, there's a vending machine for that. You want some condoms, there's a vending machine for that.
Shredder swarm deployed. Let's show them who rules the minds of Hoxus.
I'm locking in right now. Okay, never mind. We don't need to lock in.
Great work.
Wait, yeah. So you want to, so for example, you live in a Seoul, right? Which is at the right side. There's not a lot of stuff. So I think there's like a shit ton of condominiums. Just walk out. There's food trucks every day, literally parked right in your fucking apartment. There's little vending machines for fruits and everything. There's also a 7-Eleven on a fucking 1-minute walk away from the elevator. If you want to go anywhere, just hop on the fucking, get on a bike, go to the BTS, which is the SkyTrain system. Takes 2 minutes. Get on a SkyTrain. You want to go buy some fucking, I don't know, go to the biggest mall in Bangkok. Hop on a train. 10 minutes, you're there, and just walk out the SkyTrain and into the mall directly. You want to walk to the other mall? Then just there's a fucking sky bridge connected to that. Welcome to Bangkok. Yeah.
How big is the average apartment?
A lot smaller than the average apartment in America, but I think it's because we're just smaller in general.
Yeah, of course. You're midget size. You can fit in the pocket.
I don't know. Hold on.
Sorry, I had to.
Targeted.
The average
Yeah.
the size for an apartment in Bangkok, like for a standard 1-bedroom, is 45 square meters.
That is small.
That's the average because we have a shit ton of small apartments. But like you will, for you guys, I think that's like the like one apartments are very small, because we do have a lot of old apartments that are made by the government, which are pretty fucking cheap.
One sentry gun ready to be built.
So like the statistics are very skewed, because those are like worker apartments for like people who do you know, construction work and stuff, and 7-Eleven, and I doubt you guys are gonna be doing that. So like I think it would be roughly around I don't know 80, 100 square meters.
One less obstacle to eliminate.
No fucking clue.
Donkey, come here. Reloading.
Ah, I'm about to fucking die. Wait, is there no fucking sugar around here? The hell?
Can we order a supply drop like really soon? Die! It's hard to move. I'm glad we have someone to carry our rocks and stones. Look there. Reloading.
Nice.
Shields placed.
Where is that damn mule? I needed that.
Reloaded.
Sweet. Ready to kill some more crates. Much better. Sometimes I wonder.
So I think basically the average is kind of like for in Bangkok. Like, let's just do it.
Shields ready again.
Square meters to feet to square feet. 645 square feet. For the average one-person apartment. Studio, by the way. Studio apartment. In Bangkok? Like to rent? To rent or to buy? What the fuck do you want?
I don't know.
Like the buying cost is gonna be really fucking really high. Alright.
What's the rent cost?
If I had a credit for every time I deposited, I would be a rich boy.
For one studio, for a 25 to 35 square meter. So for a studio one bedroom, like one of the very popular and big fucking like mass apartments.
Yes.
It's like $350 per month.
3-1.
$350.
It's not too bad.
That's for a 2-bedroom. That's for a 1-bedroom, 45 square meters, roughly around. I'm trying to find my. How the fuck do I get to you guys? What the hell?
I guess it's not too bad. Could be worse.
Yeah, but for the. I mean, you gotta factor in the price of living compared. If you got a like $350, dollar fucking room in America, right? You probably would spend like a shit like 5 times of that for food and utilities, right?
It depends whether or not you can survive on low food.
I mean, for a week, I can basically survive on for really good food and eating roughly around $10 a day. Is it $10 a day?
What is the difference between rock and stone?
Yeah, that's fine.
Go forth, my minions. Just what
Like, I'd say it's easier to live in Thailand than it is there. If you can get a remote job in America and just move to Thailand, that'd make your life a lot worth it. That's how most people tend to do it here over here.
Rock and roll!
Like, if you work in Thailand, you're definitely not gonna pay for that shit. Trust.
And I gotta bounce for a bit.
Got it. We wanna wait for him then? We can. Just go around, get a shit ton of nitro, and I'll mind it.
10 minutes.
What the fuck are you
Yeah.
guys?
See here.
You looking for, oh my god.
Salty?
The tunnel is blocked. Red sugar will make you feel better.
Red sugar right here for you.
Gabby, where are you? I'm coming for that ass.
No! Leave my ass alone. Leave my itty bitty butts alone. Buddy, my butt.
Ooh, spiders.
Clipping one down.
Absolutely obliterated. Yep. Told you so.
I called for the mule.
I am probably not the best person to ask for living in Thailand. It's like, but from what I've heard from most fucking Americans and people who came to live here, it's a lot worth it. Very, 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 very
Come
super
here.
duper worth.
It's 3:30 in the morning.
Ah, fucking language is 3:30.
It's
Is it like
3:30.
before 3? Oh. The fuck? Why is there even the word? Why is there even the letter 3 in there? Number 3 for word. Fuck.
I like the sound of that.
Did you just make 2:30? Just say the fucking time instead of fucking making me try to do this mental ass gymnastics.
No, it's 3:30.
Don't got room for more. Molly is on the way.
Like,
See, even Salty got it wrong because that shit's fucking confusing.
Lloyd pumped this one with Blackout Stout just for you. Enjoy your resupply.
you want me to be more clear and say, oh yes, it's 3.0.
Just say 3:30, you dumbass.
I said,
You said 3:30. That makes it sound like it's halfway to 3.
Yeah. Or could it be halfway after 3? You know, it's like it's fucking confusing. Somebody call Molly. I'm currently stuck inside her. I can't get my dick out. Help. Okay, there we go.
Are we seriously gonna argue about time?
Yo, you joking it? Yeah, I'm joking it. No, it's my gold, Narden. Fuck you. $5 me love you. $5 me love you for a long time. I give you special happy ending. Good happy ending. Special ending. Yeah, you say that to fucking furries when they have a knot in their ass. Good tug will get it out. Nah, you're fucking stuck for life. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a furry, but I watch too much furry porn, man.
I've seen too much.
Seen or heard, there's a difference.
Both.
Getting more ammo. Reloading.
Knot? I would love a knot inside me, holy. In both holes? Hell yeah. I don't know, in either one, I don't mind. I need to pay for this. I need to pay for the gender change DLC though. That's just a bit expensive.
The gender DLC.
Ammo taken.
I can't remember now. Hold on.
I mean, hear me out. You not in a urethra, wouldn't that make it easier to piss afterwards?
I don't want want to think about that. Tappy.
Neither do I. Gotta be honest with you.
That sounds... I don't even know. I'm concerned, Tappy. Seek mental help, please.
Nah. I'll be only honest, the only reason I'm into like not into anything with hooves in the furry porn things because like I've worked, they smell like shit, you know? Where the fuck did these things come from? What the hell? Do they just randomly appear?
Yes. Ah, yes, that was what it was.
I don't know, have you smelled like animal dick? They all smell really irony. Ugh, no.
No, I don't think I have.
I think because I'm a
I
vet.
feel like you could have just asked us if we had been to a zoo and you would have gotten better results.
No, it's no. It's more. It's different. Like, it's just what fucking like animal meat smells like. It's very gamey. I guess it's gamey. Okay, hold on, wait. For context, I am a vet. I treat a lot of animals. Okay.
That doesn't make it even. That does not make it better.
Look, when your fucking arm is deep in a fucking like in the goddamn ribs of a goddamn dog, you'll smell it.
Whoa.
What?
Too much info. Too much info.
I heal dogs. I do surgery. I help them. Why are you all freaking out about this?
I mean,
It's animal care.
the vet part does at least provide context for this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Platform!
Oh no.
I made a platform.
You say bad things, sounds like someone hasn't been here long enough.
There is a reason most vets are not furries.
Platform created. One platform ready to use.
I am no lost.
Platform up. Platform.
Is this helping?
Platform.
What, just putting platforms everywhere?
Yeah.
Platform created.
I mean, this would help us walk? No.
Oh, where?
Go Narnia, we go.
To a Gartha now we go.
Worthless, but fun to destroy.
A Gartha.
Good.
No, I genuinely didn't hear what you said.
A Gartha!
Die, worthless crystal. Move your tin ass over here and hurry, please. Die, worthless crystal.
I have no clue where you guys are. I watched you again because I have a shit sense of.
Can somebody go grab Tori?
Oh wait a minute.
It's like
Yeah! Congratulations!
I think. Maybe not. Maybe not. No, I don't.
Why? I'm not a cat! I'm a fox!
Fine.
If you call me a cat again, I'm gonna call Orca in here to have him eat ya.
I didn't realize you had Orca trained like that.
I have him on the tip of my fucking... tip of my clitoris.
this is fun.
The fox goes, ah! Ah! Yeah, there you go. That's a lot better.
I'm so glad that I made
No, so
a very interesting picture of Tappy a while ago saying the ADHD gremlin. It's still true to this date.
Some things never change.
Do these things blow up on their own, or what what do we do?
Do not touch them.
So we're waiting on we're waiting for aggro to get back.
Platform!
Here's Liner.
Alright, y'all, I'm back from Delicasto. How's it going?
Just waiting on you.
How do I tame it?
Do you have the
You're a stain on the
Oh, wait, does that have to be an active perk?
yeah?
Oh, okay.
Those ones, yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Fuck's sake! Reload, reload, reload. Ow. Oh my god, I shred the armor so well. Ow.
Pistol. That's all I have.
Nah, listen, orcas will pimp slap your girl. You pimp slap my fucking white.
Thank you, pal.
Nate! Fuck off! Fuck off! Fuck off! Get away from me! Bring it back inside the chamber.
You goblin bastard!
Get behind something! Watch your fire, moron!
I can't fucking...
Welcome back to somebody accidentally shot the egg.
No, the Praetorian shot the egg!
While I was away, to be honest.
Surprisingly, it wasn't happy.
Surprisingly not me! Well, partly me. Help!
I don't know. I'm 90% sure I saw the other scout shooting you with the assault rifle.
I didn't.
Lock and loaded!
Fuck off! No, I do not struggle catching...
Let there be light!
Bloody target!
And you down.
Platform up! Got no ammo left!
Okay. Now we need to restock our
Yeah.
guns. I-
Never been better.
I got enough.
That Tappy's kind of the worst off at the moment.
What?
I keep checking shit.
Get your resupply, streamer.
That
Also figure out what your chat is yapping about because I have no idea.
I think Bless is just harassing me sexually. Northern is, I don't even know what the fuck is going on about at this point.
At least I'm not the only one that's confused.
Oh wait.
He's calling me slippery and shit. I don't fucking know why.
Hold
Don't
on.
be confused.
I found
One sentry gun ready to be built.
Explosive!
Sentry off!
That guy in mission control. He really has a
Don't talk about
cozy
that
job.
mistake.
Should be right over here.
Your call spies you. It's fine.
Yeah, it is.
It's not a spider, it's a bug. Oh my god, that one, okay.
Oh, whoops.
There's a lot of bugs down
Are you
here.
just gonna stand there, or are you gonna shoot? Everyone, can I get some attention?
I ordered a resupply.
Ew, what the fuck? That is a terrible spot to call a resupply. You are going to get eaten.
All the way over there. Fuck me.
You don't need it, right?
Resupply arrived. Go restock.
Getting more ammo.
I'm taking some of the ammo.
I mean, we can call in like a
Getting supplies.
I am not petite. I have a big fucking ribcage. I am not, no. Fuck.
We have enough for another one, right?
No.
No.
Let's see. Actually, I have enough on me. I have been busy. Hey, you can call one down your position.
But thankfully, has been doing scout things.
How do we go to you?
How's this surprise?
Over here.
Gotta go fast.
Think there's nothing down there.
The egg's back here.
Yeah, collecting gold.
No flares ready.
Dwarf doing dwarf things.
On one of the eggs, that's actually in a good place of battle, maybe. Right here.
I don't want to see what comes out when it's done
Let's say
cooking.
we have enough caps if someone is gonna deposit theirs.
Ow.
I don't have any caps on me. I don't cap at all.
We need one
Just
more.
take your sweet time, old
I
lady.
have two
I've
on
got
me.
all day.
Yeah, then go deposit it. That
Perfect.
should be the last.
2 whole caps. Man, dude, I trust this guy.
Ow.
I lie all the fucking
I
time.
better make it back. I better make it back around to the thing. Instead of wandering.
Cause I'm a wanderer. Yeah, there's one right here. MVM?
I am like
Man vs. Machine?
years away. Holy Jesus. Give me a minute. Don't know what to mind.
Let's show them some pain.
Some extinction.
The fuck?
What?
Oh, yeah.
God damn it, Salty.
Stuff.
I accidentally
Let's
threw
see
it
the
out
other
and
managers
was
tell
going
me
to
my
go get
edibles
it, and then it blew
eat
up.
shit now.
I saw the
Oh,
fucking bubble.
sure.
Looked
Why
up,
don't you use
and then saw
more
you
valuable company
explode.
resources?
That was the
That's
limit
just
of
what we
I
really
saw.
need.
Would have been very funny clip, not gonna lie.
Getting more ammo.
Ugh.
I got
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, you got.
Ammo taken.
Exactly. The clanker is showing its age. We need to refurbish the android. We gotta send it for repair.
Call me Rusty? Wow.
That feels like a really big insult for a robot. Even worse than Clanker. Do we what?
Upgrades, people, upgrades.
I say Clanker because Clanker with the hard R is really bad.
Is it?
Yeah.
That.
No.
be respectful.
The robot, yeah. Do not call them Clanker. They're Clankers.
Excuse you, streamer?
Oh, cool. Everyone's here.
What's he been?
Do not.
Watch out. Assembly.
They're calling your silicon components lower than the ones.
They're definitely gonna share help.
Right on top of me. Nice. The Anka Bucket.
They ended up on all the chaos. Don't bother.
On the plus side, one of them is down here trying to munch on me.
Nice.
Oh, never mind. Oh, okay. Both these fire. Alright, okay.
Leave him down. Let him suffer.
Bumped me off as I was trying to revive someone. This is crazy.
You're a Anka Bucket. Got one. Nice. How do you put a fucking wire to go up or some shit?
Greetings, fellow scout.
Job well done. Button on the mule is activated. Time to move on, team.
Ow. Ow! It hurts.
I need a damn minecart on it. Where is it?
I hope you've got ammo left, because you've got
Yes.
plenty to fight through to get to the drop pod.
I need to get out of here.
I got the deposit.
Meh. Where is he?
Drop pod has arrived. You better make sure Molly gets there without a dent, or there will be hell to pay.
Eat it!
5 minutes. That should be enough time for your fat ass.
I made a platform.
Dip, potato chip.
Don't shoot me!
Move it!
Shred and destroy! Eat lead!
The fuck is that?
Need more ammo!
4 minutes left to get on board.
One sentry gun ready to be filled. Armed and ready.
Run for cover!
That's all you got, you slippery shit!
Could the rest of you leave?
Fuel is good to go. Now's your chance to get back home.
Oh.
Please
Oh.
don't shoot more bugs. You're wasting precious time. How forgettable. Calling escape back.
Chips and dips. It's a CPU with common sense.
would sit on you, I would chip down your throat, consume my waste because you're all but a trash can.
Assignment mission completed.
Ah, someone else got their jury-rigged boomstick.
Claim!
Oh wait, that's me.
Trash can symbol, trash can symbol, trash can symbol. Oh, it's still fucking. How long does this season last?
Really long. The seasons in this game are very long.
God damn.
But also, you get a lot of stuff for doing them, so...
Yeah. Ooh, is that Red Rock Blaster?
Red Rock blasters for everyone. Sharpish.
Red Rock Blaster.
Last one to finish is a pointy-eared leaf lover. For Carl.
Cheers, Mike! That's the stuff. Feeling much better now. Yeah?
There we go.
Yeah.
Red
Never felt
and
better.
Rock.
Yes.
Yippee.
Yippee. Yippee,
Yeah.
yippee-ki-yay.
Where are you, tappers?
Oh yeah! More shinies! Ooh!
Sorry, scratching my balls.
Here.
Can I have...
Oh wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, never fucking mind because the game basically said no. Fuck you.
Nice!
I forgot there's a small glitch with the mouse.
You mean that they're funky physics props? Yeah, they do tend to be funky physics props.
I forgot about that.
Funky being the key word here.
Indeed.
It's just my dwarfness. I'm too heavy.
What?
You're too very, very heavy.
Barreled before.
Too dwarf, too jank.
Where did the bottle go?
So,
Oh my goodness.
what's our next mission, boys?
Sleep.
Upgrade the new passive perk slot. New passive? What the fuck is that?
So, okay, so you know the stars in the perk terminal?
Yeah?
Or like the things that have
Oh.
an icon of just a star on there?
Yeah, I see, I
what
see.
you do.
There's another one. I need to unlock 5 of these. Fine.
Perk obtained!
Yeah, 5, then I get that. Okay.
Yoink!
Let's change one of my perks, actually.
Which one do you get?
Now, right now I have thorns, but I don't know, do I want to take it for, vampire instead? Seems like a good idea. Like, which ones are mediums? The grunts, right?
Yeah.
Wow. That seems like a good idea to get, because I'm always low on health. The art direction looks like Article. It does? No, actually, no, not really. Not, I mean, kind of.
Ultra Kill's a lot blockier.
Yeah, it's a lot blockier and a lot
than this.
a lot darker, I think.
No, I think it's just
Yeah, so I actually think
Like
it's
it-
a more colorful color palette, actually.
Oh no, I think it's just the difference in colors is just much more like extreme in Ultra Kill, you know.
because like the graphic settings on V1 are intentionally low to save resources. I know I got the mod going
The
that
Glyphids
swaps
are ready to see
the
you now.
music out with stuff, but
Maybe Carl, too.
Ah! What the what?
Oh,
Ooh.
scrap nesting grounds.
hey,
I ain't got all day. Let's leave.
My character's gonna. Nah, I got the fucking perfect fucking. What is it?
Orbs go in.
What country is it? Hold on, let me get a map. I don't fucking know anymore.
Waiting for me.
The perfect Czech build. The Czechoslovakian build.
I think after this game, I might just disappear and to go to sleep.
Okay.
Such is the consequence of having friends over multiple time zones.
Yeah.
indeed.
I'll probably drop into VC and just fall asleep in it. Because
I'm a 15-year-old Polish kid. Nah, I just look like the average fucking British teenager. I just lack a knife.
oh my god.
Britain's going to shit, and it's kind of fucking funny.
I'm really not ready.
Like, all the Asian countries just sitting on the sidelines perfectly fine while we see the West fucking actively blowing itself up.
Alright, team. This mission is so simple, I'm not even going to bother
Oh yeah, so it's the
explaining it
new
to you.
biome, right?
Just mind the Morkite. A baby could do it.
Morkite!
Don't let him flank you.
Okay, what the hell? You can sing?
Found some nitra!
Come in. Wipe the
Access provided.
Seek cover.
Platforms placed.
That was a stupid idea.
We are unbreakable.
I find it odd how scrabs get dwarves nervous in particular.
Scarabs? Why are scarabs bad?
I don't know why scrabs get them so much.
Wait,
Because they're very small roads that can actually fly.
they're not they're a bit harder to kill though too, I realize.
Slightly.
That's
Yeah.
a one-shot one
They're not.
with a single rifle bullet.
That's true.
I mean, granted,
I was right in my face. That was really entertaining.
Die, monsters!
Careful.
What does it say? What grenade are you using? Just the default gunner grenade?
Let there be light!
Which is going.
Platform!
Yep, that one is the sticky one. Which means whatever's in front of you, it will stick to it.
the HE is not
Wally is on the way.
What does it say?
Were we not supposed to market? Alright, market.
Yeah, it's really like it's in. The HE does not stick.
Watch
HE
that
is
smell!
just you get to cook
All right. Bam! Booyah!
Ow. I'm not dropping down there.
Watch where you're
Ow.
shooting, moron!
Oh my god.
Red! Slow grenade! Die like your mother did! Taste the pickaxe!
The stopper took down my shield.
What are you Why was I fucking British? What the hell?
Lights up! Platform platforms, please.
What, you drinking your crumpets in your tea? Can't just get on the fucking platform.
No.
Unfortunately.
Stop this!
Interesting. I'm at the stage of sleep
Where is that
deprivation
damn
when my vision
mule?
starts to swim.
Why the fuck?
Exactly.
That sounds like you. That sounds like you should have gone to bed before this.
Yeah. It can be late, I don't mind.
I probably should have, but am I going to? Oh, goodbye.
You're my new best friend! You leaf-bundling son of a mud golem! We're on the same team!
I don't mind it. We can go to bed right now.
This picture's got
Fuck it! Wow, you won't even help me, my god. I was stuck in the pit jar, nobody fucking helped me.
But you're also in the same.
You're not in the pit anymore, so yeah.
Yeah.
You were standing next to me while I was getting bitten. Fucking, I do not like overposition, alright? That's just cringe.
Where is that damn
Disgusting, too. Ugh.
Die!
Bombing position, you mean?
I guess.
I found some more kites. Get your filthy jaws off me! Access provided. I'm with you, you goblin bastard!
Wow, think of the SSS Spirit Wolf 2030 for the follows.
Huh? Oh, there's a swarm incoming.
We have just enough nitro for a
The signal's just aligned, so I'm taking that as a sign that they're here.
I made a platform. Boom, baby! Attention gun needs assembling. Sentry off. Reloading.
Okay, fuck off and start.
You spent 3 times as much ammo as you really needed, but hey, the wave is cleared, isn't it?
Don't waste your ammunition. Yeah.
My cake, my cake, my cake.
I called for the view. Reloading. Attack!
We're on the hunt for my cake.
Dig here.
Got it, got it.
Did you know that management logs each and every resupply you call? Just something to keep in mind.
God damn it.
Grabbing ammo.
Thanks. Ammo taken. Feeling much better now.
I do not need the extra ammo.
Getting supplies. Yeah, give me some sugar.
Are these stalagmites or bones?
I'm gonna kill you all.
Technically there's stalagmites and stalactites here. These are stuff kind of used for something
Be gone.
I feel like using a fucking lock-on rifle on this map would be pretty fucking good. Cause like that would instantly murder these scarabs. Nah, I mean it's pretty iffy. Like you can't get instant fire. Yeah, like I tried it in certain maps, I guess.
I feel like having a smoke gun or something.
It also just consumes a lot of ammo, for one thing.
Very much you hold it down against the wall to release it, and then
Shredder's
fires
deployed.
So.
Killer be killed.
More ammo like by default, I will agree on that.
For the Subata, different
Why?
Shredder destroyed.
Yeah, I need more ammo, but
Also no Subata, but...
Platform. My bag is full. I need to deposit in the mule.
And some other times I need to spy a double barrel.
Donkey, come here. Look what I found. Marker up. I got the Glyphid Praetorian. Crap! Why did it have to be scraps? Out of my car!
Hi, Matt! Oh my god, hi, Matt! Maddie. Matt. Hello. I wish there's like a little bell thing for every fucking like activity feed thing that comes up. That'd be pretty fucking cool. But I searched it up, there's no plugins for that.
Open fire! It's past your expiration date.
Bye, everyone.
The rockin' stone is going good.
Molly, over here!
Still okay. Mine now. Mine okay.
No, my guy. Who's my guy? Who stole my guy?
Can do this in my sleep at this point. Molly, come here.
Thank you. It's the affiliate anniversary. Been 3 fucking years on this shit. I love it. Okay, hear me out. Affiliate anniversaries are just like birthdays. It's like, oh my god, it's been 3 years. Oh my god, it's been fucking 3 years. And I still haven't made it anywhere. You're happy, like, oh my god, it's been so long. I would, week 2. During a 24-hour stream, that's gonna be a cake.
Players charging!
Oh god.
Ice cream cake, specifically. I was like, oh my god, it lived for 3 years! Oh my god, it's been 3 years and I haven't fucking made it anywhere bigger than I started. Yippee!
Go lie down forever.
3 more years. I'm not streaming for 6 years. If I don't get out to 20 in the next year, man, I swear to God, if I do it, if it's been 5 years and I'm still under 20, I'm gonna fucking like, I'm gonna end it, man. You know, the Asian me is like, you are failure. You take 5 years, you don't even anywhere yet. You know.
You failure.
You failure. You take 5 years. You only under 2 letter. Think about it. You go to 6 year. 1 year 4 viewers. So stupid. You know.
Watch your fire, moron! Feel my wrath! Ripping oppressor down!
I really do wish to make it on an average of 20 at some point again, though. Fuck off, you cunt!
Stand a chance against us!
You survived the swarm. What? Want a medal or something? Get back to work.
I got no ammo.
I actually ran out of ammo. Holy okay.
Stirred up a scrap's nest. Sentry gun needs assembling.
Yeah, I know, but that was mostly from raids. I mean, an average.
One sentry gun ready to be built. Steve Rock seriously needs to invest in some better equipment. Oh yeah.
I don't think I've ever actually seen AKs where I'm actually totally out of ammo before. I've never seen all of ours.
Sentry gun needs assembling.
Oh?
Good job.
I mean, like, I still have nades, but
Platform up.
It's a machine event. How about that?
Find something. Oh, I called for Molly.
There's like barely any nitro here.
More kite found.
Fucking Morkite.
Well, maybe I have to hit the truck.
There's more time here.
Oh my god.
Platform.
I don't have any
Sentry
ammo.
gun
I can't
needs
deal with
assembling.
Yeah, we don't have any ammo. We'll probably leave it for
Ready to
later.
shoot.
The two fucking trap jaws.
Oh.
I have 816 bullets left. That's all I have.
I have 0 bullets.
Time to pay Molly a
grenades,
visit.
0
I need a
lights.
damn minecart on legs. Where is it?
I have 2 players. 2 flares.
Feel much better now.
Just stay near the turrets if you get. If
I don't have the button.
we don't have enough. If you guys just fucking get any of the scarabs, just go near the turrets. I still have a lot of turret ammo.
Do we not?
Molly is on the way.
You can call Molly now.
Reloading.
That's a lot of trap jaws.
Alright, since we seem to have a lot of things, I will briefly go and get more food.
Okie dokie. More kite.
Nitro.
Where are these bones from? When you kill the bugs, it disappears. So, okay, see you in a bit, Matt. Like, I mean, fight case. The average would have to be like on every stream in general. You know, not only from raids. Raids
Red sugar.
don't count long term.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, I couldn't deal with those earlier.
Reloading. More kite.
Oh, secondary objective completed. Took you long enough.
Guess what?
Weird. Nice.
Out of ammo already? You really need to aim better. Supply drop inbound.
You can infuse your black matrix. Getting more ammo. Kill some more crates.
Leave some for everyone, except Salty. You know, they don't deserve it.
Lock and load it.
Why? Because they're a clanker? Wow, so racist.
Ow. Ow.
Don't bother reviving me. I think I should go get some sleep now.
Bitch.
Yeah, a little bit.
What happened?
They decidedly left.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You tired?
I should get some sleep.
Alright, good night.
Good night, y'all. That was fun.
Damn.
Yeah, come join us next week, alright? We gotta get more people. We're gonna probably get 7 people next week if Katori is joining next week.
Might as well.
Alright.
Sounds fun.
Wow, why does everybody wanna abuse me? Oh my god. Yeah, wait.
Crawl back to hell.
We're kind of like getting more and more guy. I'm not. What do you mean abusable size? I'm the average size of a human being. I think you're just abusive. That's all you are.
Reloading.
Next time, give me a warning when you stream this, and I'll hopefully.
There's more kind here.
There's still a shit ton of Mordecai I need scouts to do things for.
Give me a second. I'm trying to get our lost friend.
Hold up, I found the way. Do you know the way?
I hope your weapons are loaded because dwarves
Oh,
are
well.
on the menu.
One planet ready to use.
I'm up here.
Reloading.
Oh, what the f-
You'll be able to surf through this crowd.
Just do fall to the left.
Where?
Party one down. I'm not scared of you.
Aw, for fuck's sake! That's the first fucking
Base
job.
practically through, so just kick back and relax. Nothing more to worry about. Promise.
Wait, the tri-beam is good, but I don't see it doing much more damage than the last one. I'll try the plasma next round.
Come here. Lord ready. Shredder out.
Okay, I'm gonna help our friend.
No, I'm going to help him. It's fine. You can do it. It's fine. Okay.
Let's go. I am good at this.
Got it.
Man, I need me some ammo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
the
do.
ammo situation's pretty dire.
Yeah. It's 80 nitra.
Eat it.
There's one left if anybody wants it. I still have a shit ton of ammo in my main gun.
Getting supplies. Yeah.
Is that more
Give me
kite that was
some
spotted
sugar.
earlier?
There.
Found.
And there's one, I think. I think somebody mined it? Yeah, they mined it. I did.
Cursite grinder here. Let's find some
this?
cursite.
The
Machine
Kirkin
event.
grinder. Nothing that really benefits us at the moment, as I have no things I can actually use it.
Help!
Where's Molly? There she is. There is.
Oh, I'm having the best time in my life right now.
My grandpa told me they used real mules back in the day, keeping up the tradition. Molly, come here. Preserve your bullets!
Yeah!
Yeah, I'm also running low on my ammunition. I'm gonna use a pickaxe instead.
Platform off.
Shit on the platforms, though. Would I just make it an offensive platform? Just have a platform like proximity deploy in front of a fucking thing and just make it smack into them.
You didn't put
A very specific overclock for a very specific weapon that pretty much lets you blow up part of a platform.
What? Really?
I beg again.
First give aggro the platform. Aggro needs.
One platform ready to use.
The first platform couldn't do it.
Ah. You just drop down. I'll put some platforms down here.
We still need like 13.
11. Anybody have more kite on them?
I needed that.
Bitch.
Platform ready.
Oh, I found the folk. I found the beast. There's
Platform.
What do you find?
I found Nitra.
Nice.
There's more. I will likely find more kites soon.
Hate to wait for flare charging. Feeling much better now. No! Why do we keep coming down here?
I now know what triggers him now, at least.
Move your tin ass over here and hurry, please.
If you keep spamming it,
That's-
it gets slower.
Wait, the pickaxing?
Because she recalculates throughout every single time.
Oh.
The mule.
Where is that damn mule?
Oh, okay. We should have enough for a resupply now.
Keep some spare pipe rails lying around the station. Just saying.
Of all the places you could have called the supply
Oh,
pod,
fuck off, greedy.
there?
Platform Tito.
Time to restock.
Hey, you have a pizza here.
Ammo. Grabbing ammo.
That did the trick.
Ready to kill some more crates. Never felt better.
One more kite.
See here.
Looks
More
like this is a
kite
treasure
found.
room, so there should be plenty of more kite.
Platforms placed. Steve is down. Rock and roll!
Swarm incoming. Remember, you are aiming at the bugs. The bugs, not dwarves.
Two turrets up. You guys should be safer a bit from the scarabs. Ooh, big mouse.
This one being unalive one bit!
Imagine actually fighting that one.
They're coming in.
It would be fun.
And that's that. Incredible job there, guys. I don't think anyone would have done that like you did.
Just let the turrets do it. I wouldn't mind it.
One of these days, I'm gonna deem your performance so low quality as to not send in the drop pod. I really wish that were
I did.
today.
Is it bad? I mean, we've finished everything, no? I kinda want to get the fuck out of here. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Drop pod has arrived. Now all you have to do is follow the mule back to the landing zone. Can you handle such a simple task? 5 minutes. That should be enough time for your fat ass. I just picked up another swarm on the way. Dig in and
Hardcore. Hardcore. No.
One down!
No, I don't. But where have you been, Nolan? How you been? I haven't asked you.
Wow, drop pod.
Everyone,
So
can I get some attention?
You're down to 4 minutes, team.
Shredders deployed! Squash him!
Oh, poor you, Norden. Why'd you go to England? Voluntarily? Are you mentally insane?
Flares! Recharging!
Are you alright? You get mugged? You get stabbed? You get wheel knife in ya?
The damn stalker frightened
Get up.
Drop pod is leaving in 3 minutes. Move.
Classic. The story of Jack the Ripper.
Come on!
It's just every fucking place.
To go.
Nah!
There's a chance to get back home alive, so please don't just stand at the entrance and shoot more bugs. You're wasting precious time.
There's a bug inside here.
Wow. You almost performed at an acceptable level this time. Almost.
We're awesome!
I am the one who stabs. Yeah, I mean, you get away with stabbing because I'd probably arrest the fucking British person before you. You get stabbed and I just arrest a fucking random bystander.
I got stabbed without having getting stabbed.
You got a license for getting stabbed, mate? Oh, you ain't got a fucking NSS license, innit? Oh, fucking too jealous, yo.
License for stabbing or someone that doesn't have a license for getting stabbed?
Oh, you're asking me why he stabbed you because he got a license for stabbing, innit? he? He's a bit mentally ill, so he's got a bit of license for it. It's called it's for his mental health.
You keep vacillating between Asian accent and a British accent.
How the
Impressive
fuck?
vocal range, streamer, excellent work.
This looks nice.
Perfect.
I'm calling management.
A license for stabbing. That's like saying I've got a license to kill from James Bond.
Oh, we got a license for stabbing from the mental therapist, innit? He said you gotta stab some people to feel better.
He turned you into a newt. A newt? I got better.
Not bad.
Told you that I knew. I knew. Oh, I've got a bit better. I got a bit better in it.
Have you seen Monty Python
Oh,
Taffy?
sweet.
I haven't seen like the entirety, the full sitting, but I basically just watched enough of it through clips to basically watch like 25% of it already.
Stop vandalizing company property. That would be mad funny.
Among other things, Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
That's the first one I'm gonna watch. But then the second one I'm gonna watch is like the Roman one.
Never felt better.
I think it's the one.
A Roman. A Roman.
I think it's less about Rome and more just like about the life of Jesus or something like that.
It's all about history.
Biblical history, I guess.
Like Monty Python. Was that horrible? Was that horrible histories or was that carrying on?
Huh?
It's too early for this. I'm going to bed.
Alright. Good night. Good night.
Coterie_VT left.
I think I got time for one more.
I realized maybe. What should it be? It does target. Should I? Okay, I'm gonna try the one which actually like makes it heavier. Maybe that's a good idea.
Heavier?
Oh, the Mark II?
Oh, stun chance is fucking 20?
Yeah, but I mean, it's per bullet.
Yeah, but that's kind
Is the
of
thing you
low
realize.
compared to the one which does armor breaking and the other one which gives more ammo capacity.
Which
Well,
gun is it?
okay. We're talking about the sentries.
Yeah, like
Oh, well.
like 400% armor breaking or 20% chance to stun. And I don't think stuns do shit, cause I doubt I can stun a fucking Praetorian.
With the low level hazards we're doing right now, the extra armor break is probably better.
Yeah.
Being the higher hazards, you're going to want that stun chance because it is so hard to keep bugs off of you.
That is true. That is true. Like I feel like does this stun chance only work for like certain classes, or can it work for like Praetorians? I doubt it shouldn't, right?
It doesn't work. It doesn't work for stuff like oppressors that have basically.
Feel much better now.
Not the large ones, right?
So bulks doesn't matter for oppressors. Doesn't matter for any form of boss. It doesn't matter for or any robot.
Anything which has like big frontal armor.
But to be fair, pretty much all of those can't be stunned either. The
So
oppressors can't
only
for a
mediums.
pretty short time.
Only mediums, right? Wait, hold on. What were you saying?
It's a little more complicated than that, but generally speaking, most every bug can be stunned except bosses and
Bosses and the special heavies.
Praetorians and oppressors do stun, but for a very short time.
Like how long?
Depends on how heavy the stun triggered was, but I think they have like what 0.2 times more to stun time. So any amount of time they would be stunned, they reduce it by 80%.
Okay. I'll be right back. I'm going to the toilet real
I
quick.
don't know the actual number, but something along
Yeah.
those lines.
I'll be right back. I'm going to the toilet.
I have mixed feelings about the Bolt Shark. I have not been using it well.
I mean, it has potential, but I don't know.
I've been running with specialists. I've been trying to make actual use of it, but man. I just suck.
I mean, to be fair, it doesn't help that Scout is the single target class in a game where the majority of the time you want crowd control.
That's why I have a Drac 25 that's just built for more damage.
See, what I do is have the Drac and the Bolt Shark together and have the things that give them ricochet, or well, for the Drac it's impact deflection, and for the Bolt Shark it's bodkin points, but I basically just do that and have fun with a bouncy build.
I don't think I have either of those.
Ah.
Yep, done have a damn thing. I need to get more overclocks, but we're always doing dappy stuff, so. I just don't want to play the game alone anymore. It's not fun.
I mean, I feel like in general, you like we're both at the point where we've just hit pretty much the apex of like what there is in the game in terms of like things to get.
I have not mastered Has 5 with all the modifiers, and I don't plan to.
I was gonna say, yeah, but you think I've mastered Has 5? That's crazy. Like, I definitely only ever got through those because I was in a group.
Tappy's been quiet.
I thought Tappy had to go to the bathroom.
Okay. That would do it. Oh, I do have the bouncy plasma carbine mod. Okay. Oh, and I do have bodkin points. Screw it, I'll go for the funny build.
Does it say I have mine? So for the Drac, 1 1 1 2 2. And then for the Bolt Shark, 3 2 1 1 2. And as for the grenade, I tend to go or pair it or use the stun sweeper with it.
Read, you breakmate.
Welcome back.
Let me see what the other gooners are doing. Hold on.
Hey, I'm gonna try your build.
What? Can't trigger grenades.
Mission selected, powering up your tin can.
Oh, okay.
Get on whenever you'd like.
Okay. Well,
Double XP.
Double XP, hell yeah! We're fucked. We're gonna die. We're gonna fucking die, child.
You realize it doesn't even benefit you because you're at 25.
You are right.
That's right. Yeah, that's true. She's been at 25 the whole time.
I mean, it doesn't benefit me either. So
You're also at 25.
this like I ain't gonna complain one way or the other. I'm just making sure you know.
Let's go, boys. I might just
Sure about that? Okay.
I might just
Good
skip
luck.
CS? I don't know.
That's all you
Are
have.
we doing a mission, or is this for a mission?
I guess this is her. I guess
So.
Let's drop.
I'm guessing so.
Hold on.
really wish I brought Driller.
Ooh, nice peppers.
I mean, Joer is.
Flamethrower.
Yeah.
Direct damage flamethrower. Does pretty well with bots. Doesn't do so well with the big thing at the end.
Yeah.
Right up until that point. Let's see if we're done with the
Can we go back? Please?
Just show me where to shoot.
Time for the good old dread boys.
Alright. What the fuck?
Yeah, just.
Someone with a
Mind
better
your
grasp
list.
of mechanical engineering than you, Grunt, set up a great big robot to do
Hey,
our
Jen.
job for them. Go down there and destroy the thing. At the very least, your ineptitude might just rub off on them.
I've never done lithophage at all, though, I realized.
Okay, so here's the deal. You see it, you call down a pod. This pod's gonna have 2 foamers and 2 vacuums.
Uh-huh.
One person's gotta foam it, and then the other person's gotta suck it.
Okay. So, just a classic blowing situation.
because that's their usual MO.
187. Jesus Christ. These things started at like fucking 10. We're trying to spot some fossils.
There you go.
Gods. What a mess.
Cave gen, everybody.
Donkey,
Cave
come
gen.
here.
Cave generation.
The data vault is protected by a force field. You'll need to find and disable the power stations before you can gain access. Or you could disable it right now for $300 deep.
Should we just pay $300 deep
I
to
need the
disable
mule
it?
right here, right
Access provided.
now. Let there be light.
Here I come.
Another day at the office.
Fell fuck out. Oh, yeah, now they have a fucking... Okay, I forgot that that version makes it so that it can shoot 360 degrees. I forgot. God damn it.
Yeah, with the last 2 turret upgrades, you either have more range and can tell your turrets what to shoot,
Anyone needs ammo?
or
There's
you
nitro
have it
here.
to where they do more damage but can't
One
shoot
platform, ready to use.
behind them pretty much.
Yeah. Fuck. That's not that bad. It's gotta be a bit more walking, that's all.
Oh
Nope.
yeah. Depositing minerals.
Now I will burp in your face and you will like it.
Be down here tonight.
Much better. I'm out of here. This is becoming routine.
Hey, I just realized Bob isn't here, is he?
Bob? Yeah, Bob isn't here for this one specifically.
Line is up.
Does Bob not care for the caves?
I don't know what happened to Bob. I can't. Let me actually go check.
So fucked.
He's working.
And where are you at?
Danger. I am in the danger.
Okay, how did you get here?
Got one of the annoying shredder drones.
Wait, what the f-
just keep going. Oh, okay, alright, hang on, wait, I'm finding things.
What's this thing?
Try not to stay near any, folks too long.
Hold your fire, you harebrained lump of lard!
I found a fossil.
That's it! Back's full. Molly, come here!
Gang, y'all never gonna believe this.
What? Oh, nice.
Oh, no, please, take your time.
Oh, I found one.
Wait.
Spam the ping, spam ping the giant gold streamer.
Hold on.
Over here by the market boy! We're rich! We're rich! We're rich! We're rich! We're rich! We're rich! Flares up! We're rich!
Yes,
Depositing
300 nitra, by the way.
what a coincidence, I also have more nitro.
What a coincidence, I also have some. What the fuck just...
Damn rock hard. Eating our planet.
Sentry on!
Think you can kill me? Well, think again.
I take it that the angle that they shoot, it's only horizontal angle. The vertical angle is like 90 degrees, right?
I've got a bad feeling
the
about
turrets?
Yeah.
this. Not as bad as usual.
Yeah,
Platform up.
horizontal orientation.
You're right over there.
Yeah,
Platform supplies. Not so accurate. Lighting up!
I think defender system, I think it's called, or whatever that one is. Yeah, it's only like horizontal. It still does vertical fine, or as normal, I guess.
Mind your bloody fire, or your funeral's gonna be a sober occasion. We need cleansing tools to get the job done.
Request cleared. Sending in cleansing equipment.
I'll just apply the turret.
Say you all found the contagions, but I found the.
Yeah, we haven't found the fucking battery things yet.
Clean up.
Cover rockbox boils with foam.
I've just found a hacking pod.
Roger.
Nice.
I picked a nice spot to send in the hacking
Station.
pod, and
Word brain, there we go.
by that, I mean it was completely random.
I got a pizza here.
One sentry gun ready to be built.
Oh.
The hacking pod has landed.
That's there.
It's best if you avoid talking to him. He's
Just
still in gamer mode and
yeah, I
might
think we're
get a
probably not
little
doing that.
racist.
I brought up meat bills and we are not surviving.
Don't
Wait,
touch
which one are we doing?
It's worse than salad.
No, it's what we're not doing. We're not.
Are we doing gonna
The
do this
surrounding
one?
infection blisters to kill this contagion spike.
To be honest, I don't know if the 5 extra damage worth it at all, but it's fine.
Go patrol in hell.
Turrets are mostly up to personal preference, to be honest. Like,
I don't know if that 5 extra damage gonna be very much, you know?
well, that's what I'm saying is that in general, it's like personal preference with how you do turrets. Like, pretty much as long as you have like
I feel like the 360 to deploy and stun. Yeah, I should probably get stunned. Yeah, I feel like a 360 version with the extra range is probably a good idea.
also the thing is that
I almost feel bad for these rockbox infected bugs.
the other one is the same tier.
Reloading.
you end up with a range upgrade technically.
Oh shit.
infection eradicated. Well done.
Oh hey, nice.
Remember to wash your hands when you
It's
get
more
back.
a question of, do you want like one bigger one that's slightly better, or two small, or like...
I think 2 smaller ones is better because you can have them like in places. For example, they're much more versatile. The big ones are just kind of shit, especially paired with the faster. I mean, true, but
They're not terrible. Like, I mean, it's definitely to the point to where, like most situations, they're debatably even.
yeah, like I'd say that they're same.
Like the only thing to where it's like one is clearly better than the other is if you're working with a very specific overclock, in which case you generally want double turrets. But if you're not,
Sentry
then
gun needs
it's
assembly.
like, you know, still either way.
Armed and ready.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. For me personally, I would prefer like 2 turrets because I mean more damage is fine, but I think with the 360 and the 2 turrets, you have a lot of coverage in a way.
Feel my wrath.
Oh, there's Haxie. Oh my god.
So
Where is Haxie? The hell?
what the Hawkeye system does is just give more range and let you like tell your turrets what to shoot.
Yeah, it also 360 degrees, and I feel like I have not really used the system that lets you like pick where to shoot. That actually would probably I should probably use that at some point.
No, so what we're getting at is that by default, as long as you're not taking the one that increases damage but reduces the scan angle, you have 360.
Yeah.
It's just what distance that the turret is able to detect enemies.
I feel like
them.
the distance is one of the things that I really miss compared to the Hawk. It's not worth it. It's not worth the 5 damage. I'm not gonna lie.
Let her make her own choices.
Oh,
We'll almost certainly change them later.
I actually don't know what the fuck I think I did.
Reload.
I'm getting confused. It's fine. We'll play another round and I'll try to edit my things and see how that goes.
No, yeah, I'm just trying to.
Yeah, I get what I need for later rounds.
Well, I'm also just trying to explain in general that
I can't believe
the
it accepted our
only thing
connection
that
request so fast.
really messes with
And
the
all it
turrets,
took
like
was one ad for hot power
ability to go
stations in the
360
area.
is the.
Yeah, I'm kind of mixing up both, by the way, right now. I'm not gonna lie. Don't worry.
That's. I mean, again, that's not inherently bad.
Yeah.
Whack-a-mole.
I mean, the extra.
One sentry gun ready
The
to be
extra
built.
ammo is also helpful, but I don't know. I just feel like quick deploy is in general.
I was gonna say, yeah, I might try quick deploy next round. Like, change a couple perks around. Change a couple upgrades around next time.
Higher difficulties, you're gonna be using quick deploy
Yeah.
just because you have so much less time to prepare.
I think it's also good for me because I don't, with the Hawk system, I tend to just deploy turrets while we're going. Just plop them down. You know, that's what I tend to do.
Honestly, the best thing you can do with the Hawkeye turret is just place it against a wall, so that way it doesn't have to worry about looking behind itself.
I guess that's true, yeah. Well, it does help for like just some incident situations.
The gamer is losing HP points.
I mean, it can definitely help to have it closer to the fighting, but
Ow.
if you're able, then probably
Yeah.
put it up against a wall.
I'm aiming for like just more situational, like less situational. That's what I'm aiming for. What hole?
Guys, are you blind? Look over here. Access provided.
You might want to shoot another one there just to be sure. Like,
Platform.
there we go, yeah.
Annoying little buggers. Shredder swarm. Here, have some extinction.
Oh, I'm so glad I have
knows his way around a positronic matrix.
But I'm gonna be honest. The 2 turrets do use a lot more ammo than the Mark II does.
It's almost too cruel.
Yeah, but that's also why you get more. Yeah.
You get more ammo? Or for the ammo storage?
It's all yeah.
Wait, I didn't know that.
That makes sense. Two turrets shooting bullets at the same time. It definitely consumes more than just one turret.
Yeah, which is why they also give you like extra ammo to carry.
Oh.
For the extra.
Got it. Makes a lot of sense, yeah. Alright, where are we going next?
I'm going for Nitra. You guys are gonna be heading off to the next backup battery.
Got it. Have we found the other battery yet?
Head back to the main room and you'll most likely see a line that will lead you to the next one.
See it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to do at least another mission with you guys, because I can at least get promoted. It's like
Oh, is that the mission?
yeah, there's one more. Get promoted. No, I just want to see and ask you guys what should I do for promotions and stuff.
Promotion is a 3-year process. 4.
Yep.
Wait, when did they change it from 3?
1 sentry gun, ready to be built.
I'm not sure. All I know is that whenever I've seen them, I see 4. Maybe the first one is 3. I don't know.
Rockpox larva splattered.
There we go. Okay.
Why are the turrets just sitting there doing jack shit? Open up!
What do you mean?
There you go.
Another one bites the dust.
This is why I need to fucking click deploy, I swear to God.
Small cave.
Reloading.
The whole time.
I know, it definitely took me a minute to
Infected
see it.
rock
It
here.
was definitely
It's
one
rock
of those things where it's like, really?
I'll find the other
I
one.
found
Like,
the power station.
Oh, hey, there's the next contagion spot.
I made a platform.
Wait, there's more?
Do we order a supply drop like
Platform.
Can I order a supply drop, like, somewhere real quick? Because I'm very low on turret ammo and main ammo.
no ruin?
Actually, drop it off in the main area.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. No, I'm gonna do it for the fucking thingy. Here.
Ah, this looks very does not have enough range to deal with the sniper turret. There we go.
Out of ammo.
I ran out of ammo. Nice.
Even the Glyphids don't deserve this.
I can whittle it.
It's always right next to the fucking thing. I swear to God.
Destroy every meteorite we come across.
Power station located. We're ready to hack it.
Where you want me?
Roger that. Sending in another hacking pod.
You put down a fucking supply drop.
Probably do it closer to the reset to the hacking pod once it shows up.
Okay, I'll go.
Honestly, looking at our ammo, we're probably gonna need.
I got a piece of you.
You guys want to see something cool? I can set up the transmission node with my mind.
1 sentry gun, ready to be
We'll
built.
also definitely need to do the contagion spike first.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna keep going. So, there's cleansing.
Ah, for fuck's sake!
Next.
Lloyd pumped this one with Blackout Stout just for you. Enjoy your resupply.
Mind if I double dip?
Pod is on its way.
Getting more ammo.
Requested equipment is at your location. Get cleaning team. The rockpox won't eradicate itself.
Getting supplies.
You good, Salty? You alive?
I was trapped in a pit.
Wait, what perks let you tame the patrol bot? Oh wait.
So yeah.
Oh.
Tameable at a random chance when they're
Freaking piece of crap.
Yeah, you're doing it right now.
Gotta go
Yeah,
fast.
you complete the little like hacking mini game and then it
These are trigger fingers, not hacker fingers.
No one dies.
Get this crap off me! Ollie!
Okay, there we go. Hey, neat.
Now aggressive towards its own kind. Tin can is surely hungry today. Reloading!
Where the fuck are you? Doesn't matter, mate.
I am moving up the.
I'm busy getting into
I hate rock.
What do I go up?
I'm moving. You. Right now we need vacuum.
What do I vacuum?
Foaming up the area. If I get infected, quarantine me in the abyss bar. I'm getting infected.
Basically, if you see us blowing something up, vacuum the blue.
What?
All contagion spikes neutralized. Looks like you're done with the cleansing operation. The bioscan's all green.
Box is all over me.
Ooh, fossil.
It's a fossil.
We're 7 out of 10 now for fossils.
Stop me.
I think we need one more.
No, 3.
That was the last contagion spike.
For
Hey,
fossils.
it's one of those snail-looking
Okay.
fossils.
That one.
The rock pox really did a number on the Cliffits.
Lloyd! I made a platform. Just take your sweet time, old lady. I've got all day. Sentry gun needs assembly. Sentry gun needs assembly.
Yeah, yeah, quick deploy sounds really fucking good right now.
When I'm done working for DRG, I'm starting my own bloody mine.
It takes
Show them how it's
from
done.
4 seconds to 2.
Jeez. You couldn't find fossilized shells if you were walking barefoot on a beach.
This is not 4 seconds.
It's over.
Sentry's done. Go get him, boy.
This does not feel like 4 seconds. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, I'll agree that it
Sentry gun
definitely
needs
feels
assembly.
longer.
Yeah,
Like by default.
I do not think this is 4 seconds.
Armed and ready.
Not even close. Alright, I'm ready.
Or maybe I'm thinking of just like the build time stat for the turrets that might not necessarily be in seconds.
Transmitter node on the way.
Why would it not be in seconds, though?
Alien scum.
I don't know, honestly.
Reloading.
Anybody need
This
the
is the
last of
resupply
this? Because we
pod.
can get like a shit ton more.
Ready to
It's
kill
fine.
some more crates. Red sugar.
Press the button. Button.
There is no one because it's not yet connected.
Aww. Sad.
I'm the only one doing it.
Hi, hero! Welcome, welcome! We winning! We rockin' starting! Welcome, welcome!
Oh, hey.
How you doing, hero?
Gonna be
Can I get
Yep.
some
Form this up,
attention?
please.
Platform.
See here.
Right there-ish.
Thank you for the happy 3rd anniversary! Welcome, welcome! How you
That'll
been?
work.
How you been? Welcome to the stream. Yeah.
Through, like,
The
absurdly thin
a
text.
singular pixel gap?
Oh, also this.
I'm activating hacks.
Wait for the blue.
Wait, where?
to-
The fuck did that come from?
It's working.
When the hacking pod drilled.
Oh, okay. Got it, got it. Wait, where would the other? Oh, okay. Now I know where the other hole came from.
No loud noises or sudden movement.
Usually you do that just to keep bugs from getting easy.
Where'd you go? Also, you want to know the goals we have? The exclamation mark goals, by the way, Chad. Can you do that? Funky, the exclamation mark goals for me. Oh my god! Think of the last hero for the fall, for the races. Welcome, ladies. Hold on, let the thing sit. Welcome, Mary Nova. Thank you so much for the chat.
Reloading.
Welcome, ladies. My name is Tappy Wappy, the Hyperactive Foxstar. I play a lot of raid games and a lot of War Thunder and a lot of military games. Just mostly military games, shooting games, and a lot of colony sim games. Welcome to the stream. How you guys doing? What were you guys playing? Wait, what were you guys playing? How was your stream and everything? If you had a raid and run, feel free to do so, as for the viewers. If you have to, you know, run and go do something, feel free to do so. As long as you grab some water and keep yourself all fed. Wow. How was your stream, hero? Should I call you hero? Or just the last hero? I don't know. Hero seems good. Wuthering of Waves. I got some daughter time now. Okay, got it. Have fun with daddy.
I'm kidding.
Here, last hero here. Okay, got it. Call you hero. Aw, nice. Nice. Wait, did we fuck it up?
Actually traced the IP and says it's getting boxed now.
Oh, that took long.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, but
Aw,
it works.
okay, have fun. Thank you so much for the raid. Alright. Let's do it. What the fuck is this? Oh, probably a corpse.
Just follow the giant
Man, this is
board
not
back.
gonna be an easy room to work with.
Yeah, I do agree.
Honestly, should I just cancel CS after this? Honestly, because I only choose one game and I want to play Soundblade a bit. What do you guys think?
I mean, it's your streamer.
I know, but the streamer is conflicted.
Damn flares could need an upgrade.
Found it.
How are we gonna play this?
Weapon ready.
So would you wanna watch chat? Okay, I'm gonna put up a poll actually.
I'm out.
Throw bodies through windows for cleanliness.
My dog is growing.
I hate nature.
This
I'm gonna call you Steve.
Respawn is down though.
Yeah. Over here looks pretty fucking good though.
Access provided.
Let me put it this way. We're definitely gonna have to make use of this entire space.
Access provided.
This is where I'm gonna place the turret.
Platform create.
Mostly.
One sentry gun ready to be built.
The section below actually seems reasonably
Sentry
safe.
armed.
Cover's pretty good. Pop it
So if I actually had some zip lines, I'd definitely like try and at least
do me
make
a
like
favor
a
and send on that glowing resupply beacon.
complete
Will
thing
you?
around. Granted, it might not be much, but it's better than nothing, I would think. fair enough.
Grabbing ammo.
Also, you should totally grab a resup, Salty.
Yeah, no, I need it.
Taking some of the ammo.
Sentry gun needs assembly.
I'm gonna be up here most of the time though.
Right.
Here, trust me, you'll be moving around a lot.
Oh yeah, I know. This is a lot of place to move. Trust. Oh wow! Hey, look what's Spartan. Hello, Heroes Culture Teachers. Okay, good.
Ready to shoot.
I'm just mining a thing around. I'm not late. Hero was early. Wait, if Hero was early, wouldn't that make you late?
Yo, arrived at the White
Did you know that management logs
Exactly. We're the waifus.
why you call? Just something to keep in mind.
Alright, ready for this.
Give me a bit.
Okay, I got a covered spot in here with ammo too.
I'm gonna get one resupply from me because I have fucking resupply my fucking tats.
There's a resupply.
You want me to send
God damn it!
a resupply pod?
Let me just cover this hole
God,
up.
you're so needy.
Smack out the battery.
Time to restock.
Man, it's well.
Yes, say.
I'm not gonna be terribly helpful. I'm mostly gonna make sure you people are alive.
Got it, got it.
Is it supposed to do that? You didn't break it already, did you? Oh, shit. Okay, this is your problem now.
Alright, tell me what to shoot.
And go.
There you go. Vents are what are gonna do damage. The arms are worth shooting because they can be a nuisance.
I'll try to shoot the arms.
Shoot the arms if they're being aimed for elsewise.
And then whichever eye is open, which you can usually tell by looking by the spotlight.
Got it, got it.
Bring it, Becker!
Alright, we're trying to hit it from this side. This is not gonna go. That is not gonna go well. Here we go.
Shred him! No!
Now
Get killed by bug!
Oh, now it's one in front of me. Thank you very much.
I need a damn mine gun on that. Where is it?
Oh?
Okay, what's it gonna be? It's gonna do a thing. What is it?
What is it gonna do?
Okay, that's actually probably the
The caretaker is expanding its defenses with
to
turrets.
deal with them.
Reloading! Reloading! I'm not one of them, you knobhead!
Ow, 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 ow.
Friendly reminder that Tappy is cute.
Yeah, no. It hurt.
Ahoy!
Focus fire on the caretaker's eye. I'm gonna kill you all.
I'm taking some of the ammo. I needed that.
Reloading!
The caretaker is launching phase bombs! Those teleporting bastards can reach you anywhere!
If you see orange around you, run.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, go into the light tapping.
Do not go into the light. Okay.
Time to shred!
When the tentacles retract, it means they're dead, right?
For the moment, yeah.
The caretaker's been blowing on!
No, you're just gonna casually, you're gonna have to dodge these phase bombs.
Reloading!
Not you. Fuck you. Nice.
Reloading!
Honestly, didn't only went through 3 resupplies the entire time. That's actually no record to me.
Grabbing ammo. Feel much better now.
Gimme.
Just what we bloody needed.
Oh, rain? Ah. Give me a raspberry.
All objectives completed.
Give the power core a raspberry.
We'll pick you up.
And now we can leave.
I got
As soon as we press the button.
Drop pod inbound. I hope you have some zip lines left because you are going to need them.
Honestly, the Ricochet Bob kit was not that bad. At least at this level.
Yeah, I just find it.
Diamond Man! Hey, yo! That's what the ladies tell anyways.
Mule is
Yeah, they always say that. They say, oh my god, you're always arriving on time. Perfect timing, definitely not too short, you know.
fat ass.
Go forth, my
Hi, Volticus! Hello! Oh my god, I haven't seen you in so long, Volticus. How you been? Welcome, welcome. Howdy. Now, howdy.
Okay, let's take
Last
that
walk in the pod phase for the first round.
Just working. Oh. Got it, got it. What are you doing right now at work? I haven't seen you so long, though. Anything interesting happen in life once you're gone?
You're down to 4 minutes, team.
Have fun! Thank you, Volticus, for the follow. So stick around, have fun, give yourself a heart attack, and rest it in the follows.
The drop pod, so either get on board or don't. Either way is fine with me. That was good, but I could have done it better.
Nice mission, honestly, lovely. Alright, one more, and then I get to, I think, promote. Money! Money, money, money. Money, money, Mr. Krabs! Mr. Krabs! Money!
Scouts maxed.
Nice.
I have to promote it.
Got it.
Easy peasy.
perk for me.
Not bad. Not bad.
So the ones that are like only like the pink outline on the perks are they only provide active ones, right?
Yeah, or so
when equipped. When equipped.
And blue, it typically has some way of directly activating it. It may also have a passive effect too.
Okay, okay.
I got a perk.
Yeah,
Alright.
Almost there. Gonna be one of your best passes.
Yeah, I'm always taking it. Yeah. I don't know, is Vampire really doing much?
The arrow, where it's just the arrows.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have that.
No, that's Veteran Depositor.
Definitely keep that one.
I don't know. I don't feel like Vampire is doing much. To be honest.
I mean...
Hold on.
As long as both of your weapons have clips that need reloading, or if you have like one weapon that normally takes a really long time to reload, Born Ready can be good. Like if you're gonna keep using the stubby and the breach cutter, it wouldn't be terrible, but it also, but considering how long it takes both of them to reload and the breach cutter,
I mean, I wouldn't take it over Vampire for now.
Reload upgrade in there somewhere.
I'd probably take it like for the third one, I think. The third perk, if I get the other one.
I do not hear the tappy.
I just Born Ready it.
What? Hello? Crashed in it.
Happy Mike.
Mike work. Hold on, chat. Give me a second.
Joined.
DRG Deep Rock stresses my PC in the weirdest fucking way possible.
We can tell.
Yeah, I have no clue why, but it just does. 90 less rounds should be an issue. Pickaxe. I'm gonna try Plasma Trail this time.
Is gonna rock.
Explosive Goodbye just seems like shit. Da, 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 da.
Yeah, I mean a lot of of it in general is going to depend on overclocks when you get those as a thing.
Yeah, it's true. I'd have to fucking really do more of it. Alright, last one until I actually get fucking done this. And it's a refining mission, my favorite. I love refining missions, actually. I'm not gonna
None
lie.
of you have anything left on your bucket list.
It's even at the salt pits where we started.
Going in a fucking circle, we are.
Well, good thing we already have a driller.
Oh, the circle. Yep.
Y'all going for drinks.
I don't think we need to. Well, that's fine.
No one cares about backbreaker.
Say a guy named Carl holds the record for most barrels kicked into the launch bed.
Sometimes you care about
I wonder
backbreaker.
how you
What you really don't care about is dark Morkai.
Good luck, because that's all you have.
Something.
Yeah, I'd just either buff it or
You guys want to still do a round after I promote? Or...
I am absolutely done after this.
Alright.
I do that.
Got it, got it.
Onboard entertainment sucks. Let's get the job done and get back in a hurry.
Scanners have located several huge deposits of liquid morkite in the area, so we're sending you in to claim this cave in the name of Deep Rock Galactic. Then, extract as much morkite as possible, and spread the good word of Carl so that his glory shall be known.
Alright.
Sentry gun needs
Turret here.
One platform, ready to use. Eat land! One sentry gun, ready to be built. Armed! Reloading.
Don't got room for more. Loot bug pop.
Eat it!
These are gonna be some annoying placements, aren't they?
I honestly feel like, yeah.
Gotta wait for the recharge.
Fucking 6 more hollow mites?
Took out a loot bug.
Never felt better. Wonder what slot they're serving in the can.
Pump jack inbound. Hands off. Any morkite you drink is coming out of your pay stub.
Oh yeah, oh hell yeah, the plasma trail is actually good. What the fuck?
You want some more? Just what.
When fighting a specific type of way, it does fucking quite a bit. Holy.
Reloading.
I was born ready.
Sentry gun needs assembly. Sentry on.
Look over here. We're rich. We're rich. We're rich. Zip line ready.
Sentry gun needs assembly. Sentry on. This is fun!
These pump jacks bypass a couple different biohazard safety protocols, so if you aren't glyphid, keep your distance.
Oh.
Ow.
Pump jack launched. Nothing like fighting for black gold in a foreign territory to establish dominance, am I right?
Bug, and I'm not so
You can go
proud.
place the other ones, I'll build it.
Let's work harder!
Yeah, go the pipes and build it. Yeah, I'm currently doing jack shit, so I might as well be a bit helpful.
Diddly done!
Okay, let's see, where the... Oh, what?
You're also a driller, so you're probably better off.
If you want something done, you better do it yourself.
What do you get when you mix 4 stubby alcoholics in a cave full of bugs? That's not even the right size socket, you... You know what? Never mind.
Zip line done.
Wait, wait. Okay, you're good to go.
Okay.
I don't even know what we're going to use this shit for, but who cares? It's extra pay for you, I suppose. Secondary objective secured.
Platform up!
The hell do you need so many resupplies for? Just use your pickaxe. You're a dwarf.
Platform! Reloading! Platform!
The wave is petering out. Now, could you please hurry up and finish the mission?
Weapon ready.
Reloading! Platform! It's ready! The gears are turning!
W fun case. Big W fun case. Fun case W.
Platform up!
Wait. Nice! You can build a turret on top of the resupply.
Sentry armed.
Hell yeah.
Reloading.
Okay, video game.
Down the hatch.
One sentry gun ready to be built. Ready to shoot.
I was born ready.
Look what I found. Platform. Platform. I made a platform. No mule means I'll have to do more walking. I hate it.
You know, I don't know why dwarves hate walking.
Because they're short.
Yeah. Basically that, yeah. I'm very bad at these jokes, aren't I?
Here I come!
Whoa, that pipeline is so cool. I really like how it goes.
That was perfect.
My place could use a hand building it.
Hello! Why does it feel like I'm the only one building the pipelines?
I just love manual labor. Construction here.
The Morkite must flow.
Loot bug down. Here, jet boot activated.
Ow.
All pipelines complete. If you followed the blueprints to spec, we shouldn't have any leakage. If
There's nothing in there.
Nitra! One platform ready to use.
Sorry. Your own fault for being
Inventory is full.
Tabby, go get yourself some Jenny boots.
Kitty boots? Kitty boots where?
Carl's good fortune.
Kitty boots.
Jet boots.
Why do I feel so slow all of a sudden?
Watch me fly!
More nitro here. Can somebody grab it?
Platform!
Hang on, let me Eurobeat grind my way back.
Euro beat grind, bruh.
That's literally one of the mods I have on.
Wait, really?
Eurobeat pipe grinding is in fact a mod that exists. And that I'm actively using.
Fly me to the moon!
Yep, I'm ready.
Let's get
Where's that nitro? Did someone get that nitro you were asking?
It's fine. We have enough. We have enough.
it's actually
Pressing the button.
We have 187.
Don't shoot them.
Yeah, we're
I
fine.
want to hug you.
I've just looked at it, and after I brought it in.
Commencing extraction of the liquid morkite. I gotta admit, this has gotta be the one thing you've built that doesn't look like it sucks. Really? A resupply? Already? Okay.
Land on the yellow pads of can, they decrease the
Would like to join the
fall
fossils.
damage.
Help them out. you've even made it this far.
Make every bullet count! Goodbye, round! Reloading!
Dude, that stunt was gnarly. It looked like a Glippin Nash's way through the damn pipe. Go fix it.
Jet modules are too hot!
Oh, look at that. The bugs are leaving you. Just like everybody else you know. How long did it take for you to come up with that, genius?
Oddly satisfying. Perfectly awesome. Sticky grenade onto an enemy.
Nice.
What? I don't care if it works. I'm not
Oh,
congratulating you
that's
for that.
interesting. They actively start running away when the grenade sticks to them.
Do they run to their friends to have them help them? If not, that's not that
I'd
sucks.
say that just bought us about 30 more seconds of smooth pumping.
They unintentionally
You get
run
what you
towards
put
other
in,
bugs.
miners.
Hold them up to it. I didn't realize it did that because
All
I barely
this
ever used the sticky
loud,
grenade.
heavy mining equipment is attracting a lot of bugs. Damn. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, no, the targeting thing is really fucking funny. I love it.
50%.
Oh, what, just like pointing at an enemy and having both of your turrets?
Basically, yeah.
And then I took that personally.
Especially when a Praetorian comes in, you just fucking absolutely murder their asses.
Getting supplies!
Half-assed work ethic is coming back to bite you. It's leaking. Go do it right this time.
Jet boots are overheating! Whoosh!
Why did you... whatever. Let's just call it fixed. On to the next one. Do you really think all that damage was going to be fixed with a couple slaps from a hammer and a...
I mean, you would say opium back in the day was probably not that needed, but then, you know, drugs.
Through. You can have your heart attacks as soon as you finish. Locals have some more construction advice for you.
Like a good part is also just our scientific advancement that we don't necessarily have.
Yeah.
Or like either don't have or just isn't as freely available for mining planets.
It's time to go.
Alright, let's go.
Getting more ammo! You ugly son of a bitch!
For you, this is just enough Morkite to offset the fuel cost of sending in the drop pod. Management says you can scrape the rest off your suit when you get back.
I love these fucking drones. Just seeing all of them die in front of me. I think with thorns, it gets really fucking funny.
Shredder sword!
I'll say it again.
Drop pod
it
is
is
leaving
very
in
much
3
good
minutes,
just
so
set
get
it,
a
forget
move
it,
on.
if you feel the need for it.
So much better
Where's the
than walking.
driller hole? Where's the hole? Where is the drop pod?
We know that long-ass
Ah.
Through there.
Got it. Where the fuck?
Unforgettable. Calling escape pod back.
I can see the outside.
On the one hand, it makes sense, but I still find it funny that the shield is just seemingly the conflict.
I'm gonna go take a piss and promote.
And I'm gonna go. That's it for me.
Save.
She may not have heard that.
Almost lost an arm there.
I will see you later, Salty.
See you later.
Congratulations, Miner. You've proven your worth for the company, and management are putting you off for a promotion.
Yep, she's a
Sweet promotion awaits you.
I say just drop something in the DRG channel like, hey, we both heading out.
I think so. She heard what we said earlier. We're good.
There you go.
Yeah,
Continue promotion.
Oh yeah, you can't promote with people in your lobby anymore.
I know.
This actually fits.
Hi, Norton. Bye, bye. I thought you gonna. Oh wait, I still need someone to help me.
With what?
The promotion things. I know what to explain to me the new shit that I'm about to get.
Okay, so
Memorial Hall.
this that you will unlock is overclocks, which are basically
Come to take
like
a look at all
slot
the
of their
co-workers
own
you
to add to your
failed.
weapon. There are
No
3
dwarf left
kinds of
behind,
overclocks.
right?
There are clean overclocks, which are just straight upgrades, minor upgrades, but still just free buffs. You have yellow or balanced upgrades, to where they offer a few upsides and some downsides to sort of, you know, as the name implies, balance them out. And then there's unstable overclocks, which give you either really good upsides or drastically change how the weapon is used or played. But they usually have some heavy downsides to compensate for that. But anyways, hit the terminal first, do all that.
Let's get it over with. I've got work to do.
Let's go.
You've proven yourself an important and valuable asset for Deep Rock Galactic. Management appreciates your contribution and grants you an honorable promotion.
Look at that, you've promoted.
This is a very special moment.
Yippee.
Reserved for the few. Take your time to bask in it. We salute you. Congratulations, Miner. Rock and Stone. Now, since you've finally been promoted, management has cleared you for some additional benefits. Have a look.
Claim all your stuff.
The Tritalk gives you the deep dive terminal.
Yeah, deep dives are a thing. You can now do machine events. But or a lot of that revolves around having blank cores, which I
Wakey,
We can
dwarf.
definitely get it. Wait, does promoting just remove everything I have? Okay, no, we're fine.
No, it resets your dwarf level, but doesn't undo anything that you've unlocked.
Got it. Ooh, second one. Shield link.
What do you have on there right now for actives?
Beastmaster.
I mean, for solo at least, the go-to for actives are definitely Dash and Iron Will, but I don't know how many of those, if either of them, that you actually have.
I don't really need Dash. I'm thinking Iron Will or See You in Hell. See You in Hell seems funny. For the passive, mostly.
I mean, See You in Hell is definitely the funny one, but if you want like the good one, like arguably the best in the game.
Iron Will?
Iron Will, yeah.
Yeah, okay. See.
Because it can single-handedly save missions, and if you get health while you're in Iron Will, you like just get back up, like you stay back up, if that makes sense.
Let me DM Char, because the only one I really care about.
Oh, is that who you're raiding out to? Or?
No, I'm not raiding out yet. I still got another fucking 4 hours.
Ah. Well, I hope you enjoy them, because I must go recharge.
Okay, bye. Big sleep.
Bye.
Good boy.
Happy affiliate week.
Thank you.
Left.
Alright, let's see what we get. Let's get some of this.
I choose you!
The shop. I think it's around this. Ooh, the forge. Alright. I have nowhere to forge in the inventory. Earning new promotions, reward through forging mastery. Oh, okay. It dies.
Let's see what this Tridlite key can do. What would Carl choose? How about this?
Reclaimer incorruptible seems like a good idea. Why is it red? Pretty neat. Rock and Stone, how goes the dwarfing? The dwarfing goes really fucking good. Really good. Super duper good. I've actually ended for the day, actually. This is, we're not ending stream, but we're gonna change games to a bit of Zomboid. We did a shit ton of Rock and Stoning. I just got my first promotion in the game. This is my first ever promotion. And I am really fucking happy right now. You girl here has gotten her first promotion. Ah, well, I'm not small. I am average size. We love the mines, you know? We yearn for the mines like the olden days. Can't the future just wait? I know. Can't the future just wait? I fucking hate the future, man. The future sucks. But yeah, I got my first promotion. Finally. Oh, wait, I wonder. Let me look at the assignment. We're all small. In spirit, we're dwarves after all. Exactly. We're all kind of small. Ooh. Wait, that gives matrix. Ooh. New hazard level lethal. I've actually never done hazard 5. Or we've actually never done haz 4 yet before. Oh. Extra credits, random crafting materials. What's this? Shard diffractor. Oh, we should do this next time. Yeah, seems fun. But we're gonna be changing games right now for the people coming from Deep Rock Galactic. If you are looking for more Deep Rock Galactic, there will be more Deep Rock Galactic next week. Today, during this time, we'll have a group ready. If you pop by many times, we might invite you even. But thank you for popping by. Thanks for the first time, Chatty Wary. I think it's the first time Chat Robotic. Thank you so much for popping by. It helps me a lot. Alright, let's change games. Damn. That was a really... These are some really good games. Okay, we'll definitely have a lot of people next week. I'll try and get it sorted out. Neat. Water. 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 Why are you doing this to me, Walter? Walter. Walter. Oh, right! You're gonna be the new model next week, probably. Is it summertime for you guys? When's summer? I don't know when summer is. I kind of forgot when is summer, you know? We actually might. I'm gonna get some mods. Do. I'm gonna get a good couple mods real quick. Chat. We'll get the game started. Hi, Potty! I'm gonna shuffle around a couple mods, chat. Alright, framework. Fucking, there's only one mod. Martha, is it? Lamal. I wanna go for a ride. I got the music and rock your body. Toyota Hilux? Hell yeah, I'm thinking of the Toyota Hilux mod. Gonna start a new save because we have a lot of time today, right? Yeah, we do. 4 hours. We got another 4 hours. Alexis? Fuck yeah. Hey, TS. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it might add a bit more. I don't know. Actually, no, it'll be a bit fun. I'm actually gonna remove minimal sidebar. I actually don't like that too much. I'm not gonna lie. M41 Bulldog. I mean... Good enough. What is this? Dynamic backpack upgrades. Ah, okay. Got it. All right, we're gonna definitely fucking have to sort out the mods. All right, let's get started. Sexy back. We're actually gonna get that. We're adding a couple more mods. Give me a second. I have to make sure that all these work though. There's a lot of fucking people on today. Holy shit. On Project Soundblade. Like, genuinely, that's a shit ton of people today. It'd be good since I'm gonna be... Alright. Generator. Is that a button? Hi, Norton! Dog doing dog stuff. Yeah, fuck improved, fuck the... Hi, Dog Grab. I'm chilling, but thanks for asking. That was a while ago. How you doing, Dog Grab? How you doing, Norton? Oh, that's fair. No worries. MP only? Hold on. Why is it MP only? Hold on. Okay. Alright, almost done, chat. We're still doing this shit. You gotta, like, they were feeding your dog? What? Wait, what dog do you have? What kind of dog do you have? Oh, God. Oh.
Just dropping by to steal your balls. Yoink.
Akia. Michelle! Ah. Maybe you said that for you real quick, though. Shut the fuck up. Me. Just go through all the mods real quick. Damn, already? Which is already requiring me to activate the device. Alright, sort and accept. Let's go. I'm fat. Like 60 kilograms. I need to lower my weight, man. I don't fucking know how, though. That's the issue. Ah, the dog you're doing. Dog. I love dogs. Alright, I'm gonna go take a piss and I'll sort out the mods real quick. I was not gonna lie, chat. I was actually like genuinely with my small ass bladder at this point. I was actually genuinely entertaining a fucking a fucking piss bucket. do you mean? Damn. Whether zombies are more active during the day or night. Do 10. Multi-hit is on, of course. Eight free trade points. What do 6 months? Stats reduction. Alright. Let's see these ones. We just gotta do the settings real quick, chat. I'm so sorry for taking this long. Alright, we got 8 ones. Alright, let's... I think we can disable this now. Alright. Let's start with... Fuck, okay. Cold sensitive. Heat sensitive. House fire. I'm not gonna take high thirst, because I've heard from somebody high thirst kind of fucks you up quite a bit. Closet to a higher generation shit. Okay, yada. Let's go for... Height causes stress, and especially outside. Let's see. Depressive. Fly Earther. Bruh! Can't use map and mini-map. Really? With a flat earther perk, you just can't read the fucking map. It's not real. No. No, it's not real. It's not real. No. What the fuck is the unlucky trade? What is that? Oh. Sunday runner. Sprinting increases stress and unhappiness. All scratched up. That only gives +1, and I fucking hate that. Couch roller seems good. Locksmithing also seems pretty good. Shrinking reduces stress and unhappiness, okay. And got lead foot. Nah, we don't need lead foot. I think outdoors is gonna be a good idea. Slow down fatigue gains. Light-footed. Damn, okay, these are 3. You know what? We'll grab that. I mean, all we gotta do is find something. Iron liver. Got 3 points left. We can use wakeful. Wakeful is a good idea. Oh, I want equal eye though. No, we'll take away locksmith and cat's eyes, because I'm gonna be honest, last time I think they kind of nerfed cat eyes. Yeah, I kind of fucked up. But fucking white? Hearing, hearty appetite. Where's the one where you fucking start in a burned house? Where's that? I want that. Do we already have that or no? Or is it just somewhere else? A burning house. Do we not have that? They removed that? God fucking damn it. That's self-destructive should be fine. Where's the one where you spawn in a burning house? I got that specifically for this. Bruh, no fair. Mundane? Illiterate, incomprehensive, made of puny, unfit, bro, butterfingers. Flaming wreck, alcoholic. How worse? Okay, that's just worse. You must drink alcohol now. Burn poor bitch. What the fuck? Okay. Oh, ads. When she see one of these, Terminator. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Superman strong, second wind in the... Athletic. Quick worker. Damn, some of these are actually... Fast learner, fit. I'm not gonna lie, these are some... fucking... endurance recovery. Yeah, grab that. Basic till. Alright, let's move on to character creation. As per usual, Tapas and weapons. We love her. Tummy hurts, I need water. These are the end times, shit. We're gonna fucking die! I've got 3 hours left on stream. Honestly, I'm a bit sad I don't get to play more today. A tiny bit sad of that fact. Dang. Shit. So, yeah, we do not start in a burning... Oh, yes, we do start in a burning house. What? I didn't... I didn't. Bruh. Oh, and of course the music starts. God fucking damn it, I'm about to lose. I'm gonna make lose it. Hold on, everything is breaking, chat. Stream might crash.
Good day, sir!
It is page filing. Ah! Actually, that house right there looks like a pretty fucking good place to sleep and be. Okay, I think we're fine. I think we're fine. We're chill. Okay, we start with jack shit, and it's even worse now. Let me disable that real quick. I'll actually disable that instead, and use this, because that's gonna give us a bit more memory. If you were a zomboid, I'd whack you over the head gently. Why, you'd be like Rufus in the fucking, in Walking Dead, where you just, like, put me in a room, tie me up, and just say, like, oh no, she's precious, I like her, type shit, you know? That's a shit ton of errors. Why, what the fuck's happening, what the fuck's happening, what the fuck's happening, why are there so many errors? Why are the errors? What mod do we remove? Item, oh. Okay, it's fair. Couldn't find. What? Hold on. Wait, what's wrong? Okay, couldn't find base item decode. Yeah, of fucking course you couldn't. Okay, we're fine. Each time we walk, there is an error. What is said error? General, did I have a car? God fucking damn it. We just started, man. We just fucking started. We just started the game. We just started the game. We literally just started the fucking game. We literally just started the game. I'm not kidding. We literally just started the game. And we have a fucking mod issue. Goddamn. God fucking damn. How many mods do we have? Actually, yeah. How many fucking mods do we have? 200. That's like that's a. That is, that's gonna 125. Yeah, that's gonna be a bit of a doozy. Let me just disable that. Yeah, like 200, no, 240 actually. We're at 240. We're fine. We're fine. I think the issue is, where is my car constantly fucking checks every single second? My items, scrapped items. Scrap items. How do I fucking... I guess we're doing this the fucking hard way. Did I have a car? Oh, no. Exactly what fucking mod was it? Scroll. Alright. Did I have a car? Yes, this mod. It does! Literally. Every single tick. Check, do you have a car? Maybe. I'm saying fucking maybe. You don't have it happen every single tick. Every single tick that you're moving. In specific. Maybe not. Maybe every second. Maybe every 1,000 ticks. Hmm? Yeah. And maybe every 1,000 ticks. That would be a good idea. Cause, like, genuinely, what fucking mod maker fucking makes it check every single fucking tick? Put a wait command, a single line. A single fucking line. I know. What's it called when the fox crash out? A fucking fox and headlights. I don't fucking know, dude. I don't fucking know. I should fix it. Yeah, that's I'm not self-aware enough. That's why I get hit by a fucking car. You know? You know? Huh? Eh? I'm gonna put a fucking literal fucking thing next to my monster as I had to fucking remind you, fuck, that I'm a fox. I'm gonna do that. You're going to do shit about it. Taffy Brain is Taffy Brain. Taffy Brain is big, wrinkly, just like your testicles. Uh-huh. Yeah. Just like your testicles. Hi, Jungle! Welcome. Hi! How's your stream? Well, how are you? In general. I just realized you streamed. I didn't even know that. Hi! How you been? I'm hungry. It's doing good. Whoa! I'm glad it's going good. Alright, second fucking try. We're gonna try walking? Okay. Walking now does not cause issues. Oh, nice. I have never played Final Fantasy before. A raccoon over there. I'm not gonna lie, a lot of shit is really laggy right now. I think it's just the fact that there's 240 fucking mods. What is that? I heard like somebody pick up something. Okay, very sus. Ah, neat. Okay, good. Worn. They're all worn though. Target styrofoam sheet. Whetstone. We'll take the whetstone. Ginger ale? What else do we have in here? Chips. Clay knife. That's not gonna be very helpful. They don't really last long. Agriculture. Neat, I'll take that. Catalog, pet shelter. Harmonica. Ooh! Okay. Neat. Take that. What pants? Shell suit jacket. Take that. Game pieces. Oh, she pinned that actually. Fast stuff. Use. Okay. Oh, let me just do something real quick. Texture compression, maximum texture size. What's in here? Yeah, I'll take the earbuds. Cornflakes. Always take cereal, chat. Cereal is one of the best things to take. Always take it, because... nice. Some wheat, tobacco, companion's dog bowl. I don't know what it does, but... yeah, I hear something. It's like somebody's picking up grass. You know? It's like somebody's picking up grass right now. That's what I hear. Yeah, the leather jacket's gonna be better than that shell suit. We can hold 2 in there. Put the cereal and pens in there, bandages and earbuds. Ooh, hell yeah. Can we... oh, you need tailoring! Okay. Use bag upgrades, UK. You need tailoring for it. Got it, got it. Lighter. Disposable lighter. I'll take that. Take more pens. What's in here? Lipstick, toilet brush, toilet paper, bath salts, tweezers. Take tweezers. I don't know why they're banging. That's where the sounds are from. You know what? These houses over here actually look pretty fucking cool. Like over here could be a nice little compound we can make. I don't know. I need a weapon though. Welding. Actually, yeah, we can just... do this for a bit. Trash can. Anything in here? Nice. Got a shit. Doggo? I would like a German Shepherd though, not... What the fuck is that though? What dog is that? I don't know what fucking dog that is actually. Oh, generator? Generator? Okay. 9999999. Nice. Loot. Symbols. Is there a generator? Button. Yeah, I used to use that. Generator in there. What's about in here? What do we have? Respirators and twine. We'll grab some twine. Why not? Could be helpful. I'm actually really liking this house specifically. fire break. Ooh. Okay. I don't think we'll need that just yet. Gas, space heater. Okay, electrical. How fast can we read these, actually? Okay, we'll actually grab that book. Okay. Agriculture 1. Nothing here. Nothing here. Now we can use... comic book. RPG manual. Hi! How is movie night? The night goes well. The night goes good. Can opener. Need that. Still only nothing. Shit, there's really nothing in here. I mean, last time we couldn't even find a backpack. I'm not gonna lie. How the fuck are we really gonna do much here? Fast haul. I'm doing great. I'm actually hop on VR today. Think about it. Like, you were doing a movie night with someone on VR, if I'm correct? I mean, that's just an assumption. Nothing much. Oh, lag. Jeans. We don't need jeans. Actually. Just in case some fucker comes up behind me. Yeah, well, what do you watch? They go, ooh, okay. Make... Oh, yeah, that's gonna be really good. That is actually gonna be really fucking, baseball bat? Okay, finally, something nice. Alright, chat, we've acquired weaponry. From sink, fill. What? Oh! Okay, I know it was real life. I forgot you having daughter time. I really better me. I'm gonna go figure out what the fuck is inside there and why these guys are knocking on here really badly. There really is nothing in here. Combat. Guess what? That guy's a duffel bag on his back. Hey! Uh-oh. Maybe that was a bit too much. Fucker. Very good. For fuck's sake, I hate those guys. Ow, okay, these... Master Skywalker, there are too many of them. We're fine. We're chill. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Yeah, there you go. Master Skywalker, there's too many of them. Duffel bag. That's a rat. You guys see that? That's a rat. I just saw a rat walk by. Attack! Blind fucks. Come here. hell is that? A tie-dye t-shirt. Check what was in this house that was so, you know. Oh, foraging. I'll take that actually. We'll need that to read at some point. Power bar, TV remote. Can opener we already have. No, we'll try to feed that to the doggo. Dogs can eat rotten food, right? 500 milliliters. These canteens are not really worth it, I feel like. Mop size. That's heavy though. Chin guards, still quite heavy. Ooh, bicycle basket, nice. Got that. Fucking hell, how many things do you play? This is a total of... It doesn't even tell me. Yeah, probably issue 1 in the bonds. I don't think we need chin guards, we'll be fine. Let's keep ourselves light. Light and Sprite. That's what we call it. Light and Sprite. I think Sprite? Sprite. I don't fucking know. Skeek uggles. Do I look stupid when I'm wearing them? Yep. I look like a fucking... I look like a space pirate. That's what I look like. That's a dog here. Well, I'll go. Where'd he go? Leather strips, napping tool. Hear that? We don't even have a flashlight yet. We really did waste our first day, didn't we? What? Yeah, I cannot see shit right now. Well, it would be nice if we found a flashlight. Can we actually use this as a flashlight in a way? Oh, hell yeah. Hold on. Can I just... Yeah, there we go. Let's move this out the way. Is there a bed here? And the zombies are hurting themselves by hitting doors and shit for no fucking reason, but... But this room... is it better than this? This room. Pencil case. Oh, we'll take a pencil, actually. Right. What I want to do is... Can't do that. Well, found him! Found the fucker who's been banging on this shit for the last fucking half an hour. used. Somewhat how to block doors. Like fridges, crates, directly a doorway. Hey, box of granola bars. Yeah, that's just gonna save me at least. Actually, which one actually has the most amount of... Okay, that does have a bit more encumbrance reduction, so... Why am I stressed? Alright, I'll be right back, chat. I need the toilet. Duffel bag, ooh. No, we sleep. Oh, let me set the time. I know I done. You put fucking triple A's in me? I need double A's. You know that? Like the thicker one. Why stressed, Blade? Why stressed? Why unhappy? What trick is making me unhappy? There's no fucking country music playing. Well, sad. Your house begins to tumble. Actually, what? Hold on. Whoa. It's gone. Huh, neat. Agitated. Go fucking... Shut up! Here, read. How about that? Read. Start reading. Start reading, mate! Start reading. Oh, hold on, I need to, Ooh. Ding 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 ding. Stress. Where there's no sleepiness stat. What the fuck? Where's sleepiness stats? House. On house? There's no sleepiness stat? Oh yeah, fatigue, 26%. Violin. You can't use the violin. Just start doing yoga. The health in mind, chat. The health in mind. Did I fuck up? Did I fuck up the yoga? I fucked up the yoga, chat. I fucked up the yoga. Go wash myself. No, let's go take a shower in the other room without a dead corpse in it. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I don't want the dead corpse shower. Yeah, there you go. Perfecto. This one, okay, white bath. Not plumbed. Bed temperature. The heat is probably broken. Okay, there's a true. Okay, water. We're literally gonna take a shower right here, chat. There we go. You know what? I won't blame her. What kind of fucking mod is this? A fucking mod I installed. I mean, it helped, I guess? Oh, you're in a bathtub! Please splash, have I take it out bath, on a Saturday night, and everything's alright. No, 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 no. Alright, let's get out now. Speech splash, how I take it out bath. Can the world not be so cold, please? Thank you. Debug. Wait, there? Can't do it, nothing about it. Why are you taking off your clothes again? What? What? Put back on your clothes. bath towel. I want a bath towel. Birthday suit? Bruh. Perfect. Fresh new day. To loot more houses. Oh, it's a big house. Hold on. Why are you looking at me like that, Hero? Highlight spikes. You know? How much is it? I was taking a shower! I will have to, real quick, figure something out. What? No, I was taking a shower! I was taking a fucking shower, mate. Anyone I'd bring with me in an apocalypse? Oh wait, like what type of person can I choose? You know? Like what kind of person can I choose? Any alive. Like just fresh out in the world, right? No choice, just out in the world like we are right now. Who would I bring? Oh, like they spawn in front of me? To be honest, any fucking anybody from like the Rangers or yeah, anybody from the Rangers or any fucking like person who goes hiking or camping a lot. Yeah, those guys. They would be really, really fucking helpful. I'm actually gonna real quick see if I can be able to like designate RAM specifically. designate like a percentage of RAM. GPU. I will. Need to. I'm gonna increase the RAM. I want to increase the RAM. You can edit. Okay. In your game directory. Manage, browse local files. There's gonna be a JSON file. Okay. Edit the JSON file. I'm actually curious how much fucking RAM this fucking thing's taking. Cause like, I mean, it's kind of half-half. It seems like it takes an infinite amount of RAM, but... EasyNet log. Quick core dump. It is using. Can it? Windows VMArgs 6.1. What the hell? So I think these are just okay. 6.1 G1 GC. So it uses both. XMX. What is that? Uh, 372 megabytes to gigabytes. How much is that? That's using 3 fucking gigabytes. I'm gonna put some new arguments. Always pre-touch. There is already a garbage collector being used, so... XMS, XMX, X is 8 gigabytes. XMS is 4, always pre-touch, and save. Let's see how that goes. Yeah, okay, that should work. That should work. That should work. Oh, what a Fire Harbor DLC? Hell yeah. Check. It is still not loading it correctly. Let's buff it up to 60, why not? Pause and focus loss, disable. Garbage collector. I don't know. I mean, apart from the fact that I have 240 mods, other than that, I don't really know. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know. Apart from that, you know, slight factor that I do have 240 fucking mods on. So I can't complain, but it's tied to rendering. I will have to check the performance when running, actually. Seems like the GPU can't, the CPU can spike, but the GPU is not spiking. I mean, the CPU is definitely going to be spiking. I definitely think that's going to happen. Don't laugh at me, TS. Also, how you been doing, TS? Chad, should we try to adopt a dog? Should we do that? Do you guys want a dog? I'm gonna keep my thing on here real quick. don't exactly know why. Maybe I need a bit more buffer? I don't exactly know. Everything seems fine. For now. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna see. There's something limiting my thing. Hold on, give me a second. One day? Oh, fuck. Okay, my CPU hasn't actually rested at all. What the hell? Let's see. Yeah, everything's fine. Which is really odd. Like, dedicated memory is about half, CPU is about 60%. Maybe it's just a limitation of the game? Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, NVIDIA, calm down. Calm down, NVIDIA. Okay. Okay, GPU is being absolutely fucking railed up, though. I will agree with that. I don't think I can get a lot of, memory out of this. Let's see. Graphics for... Give me Zomboid. Where's Zomboid? Zomboid. I do not see Zomboid in this, the hell? Browse local files. Let me check. It is. Project Zomboid.exe. Yes, it is. Max frame rate. Is it actually only averaging 30? Actually, what the fuck? Okay. Oh, I did something. Uh-oh. Chat, I fucked up. Something happened. Oh. That's horrifying. 30 to 40th. Oh. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, off. And my screens will blink for a couple seconds. Why is it setting a global value? What the fuck? Okay, it's only 30 to 40 FPS. Not bad. Let's do 120, why the fuck not? Okay. I will actually genuinely check. Is it just fucking up every single time? Like right now. Okay, Lua. There's nothing really bad going on. I'm reading the logs right now. Era, VVA. That's fine. A lot of updates. Item use tooltips is one. My skybox, dynamic puddles, display 3 items, environmental. Let's put to desktop. Wow. The fucking lag, dude. The lag. Okay, we'll increase it by a bit. 496. Go. Save. Hopefully I did that right. And... see. We're probably... okay, I gotta check the logs real quick, though. Some of these... okay, there's one mod which is breaking a bit. Hold on. Why is 4 gigabytes sometimes 4,000 megabytes and sometimes 4096 megabytes? That's my question. Binary or decimal. Okay. It's fine. Okay, it's fine. Nothing's breaking. Nothing's. It's fine. I know how to read log files. Okay. Oh, what the hell? I'm thinking about dreamers like sobering over my mother. Alright. There's some things we can do. Nothing really affects anything, though. Alright, there we go. We're gonna remove that and see how that goes. That should remove some of the issues, some of the bugs, some of the actual errors in this mod. Hi, Asnaya! Billet! No, what? Not today! Next week. Don't worry, there'll be some next week. I could get an M60A3. Ayo. Why do you need a 105mm armor-piercing stabilized cutting salvo round? You don't need that. God damn, that's a bit overkill, one might say. It's a bit fucking overkill, I might say. I'm not gonna lie. I ain't gonna fucking lie. What? You're in a zombie apocalypse. There isn't any need for an anti-tank weapon, Norton. What do you mean by that? Why? There's. I don't think there's gonna be a fucking a goddamn zombie with ERA strapped onto it. I don't think so. I fucking doubt it. I really doubt it. think zombies can hold weapons. Let alone operate an M4A3 Sherman. Great goddess blesses me some wisdom and trend. I think you might already know this. You know that the anus can taste, right? Fun fact: the penis can also taste. Yeah, the pineal glands may also has some, you know, taste glands on that. So dip your dick into a tomato sauce and you might be able to taste it. Of course, if you are if you're circumcised, might have a bit of issue because the taste buds on those things might not be very good. Hey, you wanted fucking facts? I gave you facts. Don't fucking complain about it. Yeah. Fun fact, your balls also have taste buds. You can use that too. You wanna taste me dip your balls into my fucking mouth? I don't fucking know. Y'all are weird, I just know that. Knowledge is weird. Trust. No worries. I think there's an issue in this game with the automatically generated, I like that backpack that you have. Mine now. I think I know where I am. Yeah, we're right next to the thingy. Hi, Agni! Hello! Agni, when do you normally wake up? What are you doing right now? I will invite you for stream someday. Looted, I think? Yeah, looted house. Actually, I will... Actually, this one. UI interface, 250 to 200. Bicycle! Chat, we have a bicycle. Carpentry 2. Ooh, nice. More magazines. Take those. Maintenance 3, glass making 1. I'll take carpentry 2. Oh, this need a lot of carpet. Large seat frame. Bicycle. Couple of CMB down Southern Road.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. shut the fuck up.
Animal care. Oh, hey, neat. Sleeping bag. We should grab that. A crossbow? You know, a fishing net is gonna help. I just saw a crossbow. What the fuck? Hold on. Why does that crossbow look so weird? What this one? What does the crude crossbow look like? I think they might have to, like, make the crossbows not look so fucking gigantic. Okay, I'm actually gonna see this. Who the fuck made this mod? Cause this model is utterly shit. Ultimate Marksman. Cause like... Okay, we're gonna, like, this mod is actually kind of shit. Like, what the fuck? What, look at that! Look at this model! I'm actually gonna drop, like, this is pissing me off that much. This is pissing me off that fucking much. The mod is so shit. Hear me out. The mod is so fucking shit that, like, I'm literally gonna remove it. I am not gonna lie. You know you fucked up when like genuinely your mod is so horrible that I literally remove it. You could have put any time into making a better model. No! No! I'm not being a vegan. I can make a better crossbow in 30 minutes. You know it's fucking bad when Tappy literally removes your mod, okay? Well, we'll do without bows. Wait, Agni, no. Tappy's not gay. Remember that little fact. Tappy's straight, alright? Hey, Mike Tyson! Ah, whoa, shit. Come on, then, big boy. Wanna kiss me on my hot mouth? I'm feeling romantical. Shut, it's fucking silent. Why are you all silent? Say something, please. Please. Please, for the love of God, say something. Fuck her up, Buttercup. What do you mean, egg? Eggs and toast. Eggs. What the fuck is going on? I'm not an egg. I can't be an egg. I'm just... I already went past that phase, chat. I already went past the phase of being an egg. It's too late. Too late, chat. I'm a woman. Oh, scary. Hey, no, you're supposed to be scared of women, aren't you? Women are supposed to be scary. Why are you talking about bread? Why do you guys keep talking about bread? Sandwiches, even. Sandwiches. Stop talking about bread. You know, y'all fuckers want to be bread. Do not breed the wappy. The wappy is not for breeding. It's fucking cold, chat. What do you mean you're ordering? What do you mean since I'm a woman? What? How do? What? Huh? The fuck do you mean since I'm a woman? How does that make sense?
Nuggies nom 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 nom.
Shut the fuck! Fuck you all! Fuck you all! Go fuck yourself, chat. Oh. Bad. 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 I am not. I will hurt you all. I don't want to be bread. I can't be bread. That's the point. That's the point. That's the point. I can't be bread. That's the point of being trans. You can't be bread. You know? I thought that's the entire point. Hi, monkey. Hello. Oh, your mic? You gonna jerk it right now? Ah, okay. That's fair. Okay, let's put all of these into there. What's the mod that makes me piss? What? I would like to have, you know, like a romantic, like a... Why are you not the first person to want me as a pet? I'm not a pet. Okay? I'm not a pet. I am a human being. Unless you can... I am a very expensive pet. Compared to a dog, I don't think it's worth it. I'm gonna be honest. A woman can be a pet. Alright? Wait, no, hear me out. No. Not a full woman yet, alright? Give it a bit. Give it like a tiny bit. No, I'm just saying, like, you know, Hi, please hear me. A lot of people are popping on right now. Hi. Welcome everybody to the stream. Alright, let's head into town, actually, yeah. I should not check these houses yet. I'm gonna check these houses. You think that's gonna cost a lot? Because, like, you know, not only are you supposed to give food treats, you're also supposed to, like... I mean, I wouldn't. I would not, but, like, I would require, you know, PC upgrades. I would require, you know, a lot of snacks. You know, I would require luxuries, like bringing me to places, you know, maybe to go play hockey, snowboarding. You know, there's be unpredictable stuff that I can't even tell you. I am not a fuck you. Wait, hold on. She's taking a shit. I have to... she's not right. She is kind of correct. He is correct. Like, Agni is kind of fucking correct on that point. Man! It's like slavery with extra steps. Oh, is that? Oh, hell yeah. Their armor's a bit fucked up though. What the fuck? Am I actually being adopted right now? The hell? Hell yeah. Psyguard. I can't keep it, boy. I am not bread. I am not bread. Shut up. I am not bread. Alright? I am a human being with rights. If they're there, that means a police station should be nearby. Whoa. Car. Leave it alone. I'm gonna get her to rest somewhere real quick. We need to find shelter for tonight. Is that a bicycle? That's a bicycle. Head back to safe territory. Man. We alright. Fuck's sake. The same fucking hand! This is why you need gloves, chat. Okay, night night hero! See you next stream! That one actually looks good. You know, safe. It's empty too, so. Dude, the first house we looted, actually, here it is. Survivor nearby? Okay. Fuck this thing. Fucking comfy sleeping is actually a kind. Okay, it's a good and a bad. You know, it's a good and a bad. It's half-half. It's like your mom. some stimulation, chat. I do fucking need some, like, actual stimulation right now. Holy shit. Drink I have. Take a shower today, actually. I probably should.
Yeah. Ay-yow!
I thought we had moved the mod. We did not. Okay. Hold on. I am not a robot. Motorcycles. Yes, there's motorcycles. Ugh. Yeah, why wouldn't let me do it? Yummy! Bit. 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 Buses. Bus. There you go. I give you buses now. Mm. $19.80 by 80. Sorry, I ADHD in a nutshell. I'm doing something. This is just clearly ADHD in a nutshell. I'm so sorry. Maybe this one works? I give it the other login. Oh, my tummy actually hurts now. My tummy hurts. Hold on. Ow. Ow. Hold on. I wanted some simulation, but no, I won't give it to me. Fucking bitch. Bitch. No monster. Tasty. Oh. They've arrived. How the fuck am I supposed to get myself out of this? Why do I have a meatball? I don't eat that. Let's get the fuck out of here then. There's a survivor up there. I don't know what they need. Alright, let's go try to meet them. See what they want. Always have a sheet rope on you is what they say, I think. I don't fucking know. I'm not an expert. Hear that? I hear a doggo! I can actually get rid of these knee pads. Dog barking! Doggo! I don't see the doggy. We'd have to train the doggo, I think. I don't see the dog. See, all I see is a raccoon. I think I'm mistaken. I don't think there's even a dog here. Oh. She might upgrade the fitness, but the fitness dick in your mouth. Let's see, fitness multiplier, 10, 5. So, part issue with the mod. I think they're partly invincible. Oh. Yeah, chat. I think he's partly invincible. Hey, nice practice and lure for me. Okay, we're good. Okay. He's on the roof! Okay, yeah, you can do his thing. He's not invincible, he's just on top of the roof. Nice! So, yeah, that's a sight. Yeah, so he's not invincible, he's just on the roof. You know, yeah, it's probably fine. Maybe just leave him there. Doc? It's a doggy. It's a dog. You heard that too, right, chat? Where's the doggy? Find a dog. Okay, I actually want to test this out now. I'm actually really curious. Alright, let's get inside here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna debug menu, animals. Cannot spawn in a cat. Actually, can you? No, you have to actually find them. You can't just... There's something here. It's a rat. That's what it is. I don't know what the... We saw a dog a while ago at the start of the game, but... Other than that, not really... anything. Oh, dog. Doggy. Oh, yeah, you need a shit ton of food for that fucker. It's not gonna be worth it. No, not at all. I still have not, actually, found a flashlight yet. There's some gas cans and stuff in here. Other than that, that's just... Come at me, fuckers! Yeah, these fuckers are weak. I'm playing with very weak zombies, so... Not much of a challenge, it's survival. Think about it, you've deteriorated for 6 days. Would you not kinda be fucking... Yeah, would you not be a bit... weak? Hey! Fucking deaf, too. Wait, what? Neat. There's a car there. It looks good. That's a police station. Yeah. I mean, you guys can see it doesn't actually take, like, it doesn't take too much. You could definitely reach, like, full level 10 really easily.
You've reached your limit on
Ah,
talking.
fuck! Let's just see, how far have we actually made it up with the next couple of fitnesses? Fitness, okay, not bad. Ah, police station. Another one of those things over there. What's that? Wait, they added a fire department? Yeah, I'm gonna need a flashlight before I get in here. Yep, I'm gonna need a flashlight. Take that. Oh, hell yeah! Standard overall condition, pretty good. Good gas and everything. That's a police car right there, though. With a bull bar on it. I'm taking that. There's a dock here, too. Ooh. Wait, hold on. I'm actually curious. Can I? Ah, this one you can't. Not bad. Maybe I can find a flashlight in here. I know, I know. The fuck is that? Bicycle sidecar. Oh, wow. Ooh, performance manual. Tool roll. Knee pads. Screwdriver. Nice. Got a screwdriver now. I'm about to screw some motherfuckers. Annyeong, okay. Boy, boy. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for popping by. Yeah, is there a nurse prac? There is no. None. There's not. Look at this. Police car. 92 Fort Crown Victoria. Haven't I? Can I just... Oh. Only one way to find out. There is... gun rack. Not a key in here. Okay, nice. Nice, nice, nice. What does that do? Yeah, I guess we're taking that car. Ow. Fuck off! Fuck off! We're fine. This is scratch. Right. There you go. Made it. Nice. Like that. Yeah, okay, there you go. Light bar. A pike pole? Okay. Quite some good stuff. A tactical... Take that. We now have the verticality, chat. We still, fun fact, do not have... How heavy is that thing, actually? Wait, hold on. I just realized something. Why am I running so slow? Oh. Why am I so slow? Let me deal with that first. Fuck off! Can we take that off? Oh yeah, why am I so slow? Oh, let me take off the work boots. Oh, hold on. Okay, now I'm running normal. Okay, now I'll put on these pants. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, okay. That also does decrease it. How about the shirt? Do they have a shirt? I don't think they gave me a shirt, right? Okay, let's clear this place a bit. Okay, nothing. Thank you. Nice underwear. Ham radio? Oh yeah. Alright, dynamic trading doesn't work. I don't know why I had that mod then. Why am I so excited about dynamic trading? God. Saxophone, leather coat. Spice rack, I don't need that. Is it fucking snow? Oh, it is December. Oh, farmer's guide. Acetone. Okay. Oh! Yes. Oh. Ah. Okay. Config. Buddy boy. It doesn't tell me exactly which type of flashlight, but hey, we have a flashlight at least. Yippee. That makes me so happy. Yeah, I should better fucking crash out. I don't need expanded flashlights. We have mini flashlights. We could use any of them. Right, exactly. So fuck yourself. Gooner. I'm gonna take a shower. Gooner. The great Gooner. Why game not loading? Game not loading. What the fuck? Game bro. Up. There you go. Alright. Neat. Do we actually have a... We do not yet, no. Oh, let me guess, the flashlight's gone because, okay. I think it's fair if we eat this. Oh, I have it in my inventory, never fucking mind. The fuck? Wait! Oi. I installed this fucking mod. You better let me fucking net. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking crash out. the fuck am I listening to? What the fuck? Now, there we fucking go. Jesus fucking Christ. Man, that took a lot more than it should have. I am not gonna lie to you, chat. Yep, see? Okay. And one of these. I think. Yep, I was not wrong. Nice to get some better looking jeans, honestly. Alright, what's in here? Chewing tobacco, hatchet, heavy fire. Fighter helmet. I look fucking dumb. Okay. Oxygen tanks, megaphones, tire pumps. Pineapple. Yeah, just a shit ton of stuff. I removed the head of this one. We need a table. What's over here? Okay, crowbar, firefighter, axes. Yeah, a shit ton of them. Should be enough to last us quite a bit. We're fucking moving around again. We should have enough to go around. More pants. First aid kit. I'll take that. Should be quite helpful. Another first aid kit. I'll manage it. Still haven't found a backpack yet, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, that's gonna fuck us up by quite a bit. Yeah, I think that thing's definitely... Heavy duty. Ooh. I don't know what it does, but... Don't know what it does. Oh. I think I survived. Damn, you are the queen of fucking interrupting me, innit? We're gonna wake up tomorrow morning, we're gonna see a gigantic fucking horde. Yep, he's definitely doing it. I'm gonna take a piss. I need a piss. Damn. Fucking rip that shit out the fucking... That's great that this thing is really loose. So it doesn't really damage it too much. You have a gut bet that guy's gonna fucking die at some point. Yep, he's still shooting. Halligan? I think I should be used to. I think we can use it, yeah. What are these for? Hold on. Yeah, there's a shit ton of hooks here. I kind of don't get why there are a shit ton of hooks here, though. What's in this box? Turn out boots. They're made of a ramid? Oh yeah, that's definitely gonna help. Yeah, that guy is definitely gonna have a fun day. I don't know exactly where he is, but... He's definitely close. Definitely quite close. I think I gotta go check on that man at some point. A tactical radio actually might help. I saw a walkie-talkie somewhere around here. Oh, he's dead. Yep, he's dead. You heard that? You just heard the chomp and the tear and you're like, yep, that guy's fucking dead. That guy is 100% fucking dead at this point. There is no way bro is fucking alive. I'm not gonna lie. There's no way he is alive right now. Lunch bag, all rotten, right? Yeah. That would require level 5 tailoring, and that's expensive. Not poncho though, however. We'll come gather stuff up tomorrow. Because we do have a car we can use out there. It's just like still in the day, so it's gonna be quiet fucking, you know, not the best time to do stuff. And that guy's still banging on that fucking thing. You could sneak out there and literally slap it in right now. I think it could work. I mean, we have a flashlight now. Why not just do it? Yeah. Why not just fucking do it? Oh yeah, that's it. Bro didn't even wake up. He's still there. Okay. Your engine noise is pretty good. Alright, see how you are doing. Do you need any extra parts or anything? Can I put a light bar on you? I don't think I can. We have a Lexus. We have a Lexus. We can put a windshield armor on it. Front, we got a... Oh, yeah, that's a bumper. Nice. I don't exactly know. I can't even use it yet. I'm gonna start packing some stuff inside this thing. Okay, yeah, there is stuff back there, okay. See? Oh, maybe that guy is just, probably just not waking up, yeah. I actually wear that. That'd be a good idea. I don't mind. Gonna grab up as many trash bags as we can. Okay, first what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab all of the fire axes around this place and pack them. Put them up on the top. I don't like that. Yeah, I think he's dead. Yeah, something... We're about to, meet God herself at this point, chat. It's not gonna be very well. I'm not gonna lie. Shit's about to go down. Just from what I'm hearing right now. Shit's literally about to go down. I have one pike pole. Just a spear. Road cone. Just grab just enough stuff to go around. Okay, I'm gonna try to... Once with... Okay. Yeah, something is definitely happening all the way over there. I don't know what the fuck is happening. And I'm a bit horrified, if I might say. Have a couple fighter axes. Okay. They should be pretty good. Okay. Fighter axes, crowbars, and pike poles, hacksaws. Someone's alarm is going off. Uh-oh. Whose alarm is going off? Stop alarm. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're gonna now grab up some clothing. Okay, what does Shane do? I don't know. Okay, fighter jackets, pikes, screwdrivers. That thing probably does a shit ton of damage, actually. Alright. Fighter axe heads in there. Attach that to the back. Someone's ready comes a knocking. A lot of them are, actually. Alright. Now we need to just gather up all the clothings and we should be fine. Upstairs. Just enough pants and stuff to survive us a bit. And extras. Anything else we want to bring? Probably the tire pump we can put into the back of the thing for so we can repair the grab that too. I saw welding rods. The winds outside are really fucking... You guys can hear that, right? The winds. Almost done, chat. Alright, this one. Wait, why are we taking pants? Where'd all the jackets go? We had jackets back up there, right? I don't know. We had it somewhere. You know, let's too quick turn off the engine. Okay, we're gonna grab that bag again. Oh, wait. I remember. I think it was in the laundry room instead. Oh, it's not here. Where is it? I mean, I'll take the pipe wrench and the lug wrench because we're gonna need that to repair our car. But oh, maybe it's in the boxes. That guy's still trying to break through that fucking Is he? Yeah, I think he's still trying to break through that thing over there. Poor guy. This room right here. Be in here. Odd. I thought I saw it. Pretty weird. Right. Maybe in this room? Wow. Let's eat some cream corn, chat. My one here is gonna get a bit hungry. Hi, Noida! No! No. We're not losing our wappy. Dump all this junk out. We don't need it. let's dump out all the stuff. Okay. On lower back. This is gonna be where we're gonna have our main stuff. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna have one twine, tweezers. Category. Oh, look at this! Improvised whetstone. You got spike armor? Next level. Ooh. Carry 2 batteries on us. These zombies are fucking loud as shit. Yeah, that fucker definitely did something around here. Definitely did something, I fucking know it. Rope, welding rod. Where is the, other stuff? Really? Really, buddy? Fuck off! Fuck! You! Dick. Leave me alone. A lot of you. A lot of you. It can't really fit much, honestly. We have another bag somewhere? Grab a welding. Oh no, we don't need to do that. We can just put it in here so that we can have more of it in one. Neat, innit? Fucking cool. No, not that. Alright, in here, we're gonna loot some medical stuff. Box of bandages, okay, not bad. A sympathy card, the fuck? Some void. Bandage versus adhesive bandage. We should have enough. Well, another survivor has appeared. Give me, 4 bandages, 1 alcohol wipe. 1 suture needle goes in there, 1 goes in there. One bottle of painkillers. Just 1 in there, why not? Yeah, that guy's currently getting fucked up, so... They're not gonna last long. The other guy got fucking chomped immediately. Let's kind of repair this thing a bit. I don't know, I think that guy's gonna be alive for a bit. I don't know exactly. How are our wheels? Let's just, you know, top off our wheels. Where are the wheel section? It's a spare tire? Hell yeah. Car mechanic, Tappy. We're gonna drive this away at some point. I need a wrench. Cousin streamer Tappy. Where's the wrench? We had a wrench, right? There. make... Oh. Oh, it needs to be for specific ones. They're not, okay. They require, oh, Lord almighty, okay. General... Yeah. Oh, there's multiple skins? Ooh. Oh. I feel like this is okay to do. I'm not gonna lie. Look at the skins, chat. Do we have one that looks good? The white one? Nah. Gray? Not bad. That one's... I actually like the first one, actually. The first one actually looks really good. Like number 4. Okay. Oh, so not all of these have like actual shit on them. Oh, okay, so not all of them have it. Got it. That is actually pretty fucking cool. And I'm gonna be honest, this thing... Okay, engine loudness multiplier 0.92. Okay, okay. This thing is actually pretty baller. Regular brakes. This thing is... We found this? God damn! Oh, they use universal tires. Okay. I am driving a souped up Lexus. Should we just sleep in this? I mean, hear me out. That's a good thing to fucking probably sleep in. Yep, another... Oh, he's going back at... He's going at it again, chat! We'll be fine. We sleep in here. Turn the heater on. We're just gonna sleep in here. Let's just sleep in here. Yeah, why not? Let's just sleep in here. Doesn't hurt, right? To pack a couple of things inside there. Yeah, let's give it a go. Wait, you really? Okay. There's... Can I fit? No, that's a pole. Yee. I mean, I'd rather sleep in this armored car right now. It's not really working. There you go. We should be safe. Alright. Sleeping time. Imagine I piss myself in my own sleep. Y'all would like that one, yo. Me to piss myself. Chat! I have to leave the car on. We slept in a Lexus. I feel very, very shit, not gonna lie, sleeping in a Lexus. Actually... I think we know where that guy was. I think he's dead. Yeah. I think he's dead, chat. I think bro is dead. Okay, I'm actually gonna deal with this guy because I'm about to fucking like a rage. Chat, I need to go take a. I think we need to go take a shit real quick. Hold on. He needs to take a shit. Alright, shit done. I'm gonna be honest, this thing has a really good engine noise. Like, it's not very... Is that... That's... No, that's not him. I just want to see what's in the police station. You know what? Before I'm gonna do anything, I'm actually gonna go around and actually see what the hell... I wanna actually see where that guy died. Man, there's something. Yeah, that's not me. You know, with the gun. That greatly worries me, actually. Someone's shooting a gun up north. Yeah, something's definitely happened here. Alright. Not here. This was not open before. That's actually, it worries me even more. I think that means somebody has spawned inside of here. Underground thing, I don't know what that does. Yeah, Trapper carbine. It's in 1911. The burglar. Oh fuck yeah, I'll take that. Explosives. Oh, I'll take that too. Yes, explosives. Give Kathy explosives. I'm taking that. Photograph of two men kissing. I'm taking that, chat. I'm fucking taking that. That's mine now. Why would you not take a photograph of two men kissing? I'm gonna frame that shit. I'm gonna frame it. We want a photograph of two men kissing. Don't we? Who does not want a photograph of two men kissing? Pussies. That's the type of person who doesn't want a photograph of two men kissing. Okay, that is sus. Very, very sus, actually. Why is that door barricaded? Okay. Okay, time to run. Neat. Take that instead. An M9 pistol without an ammo. No, I should take I'll take that instead. Alright, we're gonna go up there and destroy those barricades. I should really wonder why. We'll let them do their thing. I don't like that. I do not like it whatsoever. Wait, we have a ladder! Right. I think it's on that floor. Hmm. Convert to collapsible ladder. How do I use the ladder? I don't... Okay, no ladder for me then, I guess. That guy's kind of doing the job for me, honestly. You don't see me. Yeah, you do. think that's him. Yeah, you did not last long, did you? You got a gun and you used all its ammo. Congratulations. Dog? Ugh. Oh. Oops. Ow. See, chat, women can't drive. Oi. Come on, out the garage. Yo. Yo, yo, what's up? What's up? Huh? Huh? Yeah. I think he's still there.
Hey!
Alright. I don't know what day is it. How long have we been alive? Fucking 4 days. Who the fuck did I murder? What the fuck's happening in Gen Chat, Brett? God damn it. Ugh. Hmm. Limb armor. Fucking cease. I know. That's my shit. Fuck off. I think the houses down south would be a good idea. Somewhere down here. I don't know. I don't know. Are they actually going to like really heavily try and you know. Why the huh? Okay. That's cool, I guess. I don't know where that came from, I'm not gonna lie. Box of screws. What can I do with that? Oh. Ooh, okay. Improvise sutures. Not even really much. Fuck that. Mine now. How much does the generator weigh? 30. Perfect. Can I fit this in here? No. This goes in a bag of stuff, not that. Put it somewhere, didn't I? Goes in the bag of literature. leave it. We don't need it. What else do we have here? I mean, not what else do we have, what else can we do? Other than that. We try to go approach the place again? I don't know. I wonder, maybe we should try to get a permanent place to make our house. I would like a dog. Can I just... Wait, how... I know you can spawn in a dog, but how do I... Please don't tell me it's an item. What if I just type in all and just type German? Okay. So no, you're not able to do that. You're not able to just... How the fuck is the dog supposed to go in the car with you? I could search all these houses already, if I'm right. I think we have. There's a little hut there, actually. Maybe we do some over there. Seems like a good idea. We gotta go check over there. Even though that one, this house right here actually looks pretty nice to live in, honestly. I don't exactly know. That's the question. I don't exactly know. Is it gonna be that good to live in? Let me check. Okay. Okay, TV. Put storage over here next to the TV. Shit ton of books already. An actually good bedroom that I can actually try to fix. Not bad. It's actually good enough kitchen back here. Actually lived in here before. Not bad, we can fix this place up. No problem. Also has a garage too, an actually substantially good looking garage. Two doors with 2 exit points. Uh-oh. Big lag spike. You are not very smart. I'm gonna say that. You are not exactly very smart. That one is a bit overkill for my liking. Is the use of zombies sitting next to walls. I never got in it. Why do they do that? Okay. Our main mission now is to find a box of nails so we can try and secure that place. Or, actually, alternatively, there are a lot of grills around here. We can try to just block it out with metal sheets, actually. Maybe this house is better. Let me see. Okay, small kitchen. An actually okay bedroom. Yeah, this one actually might be better. There's 2 ways ins and outs. That could be a bedroom. This could be the other room to do stuff in. Not bad. This one could actually be it. I actually prefer this one over that one. Because it's actually a bit more defensible and we have a garden patch and stuff back there we can use. Yeah, I'll do this one instead, actually. This already has a nice workroom, you know? Fuck off. Yeah. Not bad, actually. Holy. Over there, we could probably make a zombie trap. Not bad. Hi, Rick. Welcome, welcome. Over here seems like an actually good place. We just need a box of nails. Plastic pipe. Beer. Oh, let me see. Can I? I need a crowbar for that. 45% chance to break. I'm doing great. What about you? Yeah, we do need a box of nails. Without nails, we're kind of fucked. Oh, alternatively. Decent? That's great! Wait, hold on. Is there a... We gotta check this anyways. Is there a way we can... Building degradation... Yeah, I don't think there's a way. I don't think there is. Fucking... Dude, does it go down even more? Let's take more lane? I don't think it actually does. I'm gonna destroy some fences. These ones. This white fence. I don't like these fences. These fences offend me. I'm gonna go out and read the carpentry too book. Good idea. Good idea. But yeah, anything interesting you guys did today, chat? Sweat. There's a propane tank right there we can probably use. I've been home all day just playing Roblox. So what are you playing on Roblox? I mean, okay, yeah, Carp 2 would definitely help. Well, I never got into War Tycoon. I don't know, it just doesn't feel fun for me. I looked at it, it was like, pretty iffy. I prefer some actually nice tycoons and stuff. Push my pieces so I can play Armor 3. Ooh. Armor 3 is a good one. Armor 3 is a good one. A fucking 1,000. What do you do on Armor 3? What are you good at? You good at planes? What are you good at? I mean, I leave those that survivors on top of a roof. Oh. Why not play at servers? We just need the nails, honestly. Okay. Oh, I think he switched guns. That's a odd one. I think actually, this place has a second floor. Wonder how to access it. I need nails, chat. I really do need nails. I don't exactly know where to go get them. I mean... Industrial. We could go to try to head out to Sandy Row and see what's over there, but I doubt really gonna get much other than going to go try to search those things again. My car. Oh, there it is. I don't think we'll find a single box of nails when searching these houses. Uh-oh. Why are they crawling? And why are there more dead zombies? Hey, buddy. You alright? Hey, look, a backpack. That guy's gonna die. Kind of watching him do his own thing. Don't fucking shoot me. There you go. Murder them. He's gonna help me get that backpack, chat. Shoot him! Shoot him! There you go. Hell yeah! I mean, he's definitely gonna hold that for me. Is he gonna come take my car or something? I should try to use my gun a bit. Alright, buddy, you have infinite ammo, right? Have fun! Just let him do everything for me, honestly, at this point. Actually, I can probably use these to cover up the windows. Well, before until you know I get that done. Hi, Matthew! Look like a Discord mod. I don't like it. I don't like it. I look like a Discord mod. Okay, okay. Have fun. Thank you for joining. Whap on the tab, exactly. Let's see. I prefer for you, sir, not to fuck around with my house. I don't think that's him. Yeah. Wait, what? How far are we at maintenance? Almost. Oh, I don't think these work. Oh, okay. I have another idea. We could try. Another. Just for high enough level carpentry, right? Nice. This one broken. That one's broken. Okay. Yeah, it's a sunset. Let me just, you know, do that. You don't have a sunset in your game? We'll grab it from that one too. I mean, you want the mod for it? I can give it to you. I don't mind it. Why is there only the second one? What? Wait, hello? Bruh. Bruh. Bro. God damn it. Well, when it said 50%, I didn't expect both. Is he dead? I think he's dead. There was a survivor. There was a friendly survivor around here a while ago. I think he fucking died. I think he's fucking dead, chat. Broke up murder. Yep, he's dead. He's dead. Look at his corpse. He's dead. His ego got the best of him. Yeah, no more gun noise. Aw. Bro fucking died. Poor dude, man. Rest in peace, that dude. He died a pussy. I mean, I think he ran out of ammo. I think he ran out of ammo. That's my guess. I think he just basically ran out of ammo. Poor guy. Poor guy. Yeah, so it doesn't go through. It's just the model. I think there's another bookcase over here we can probably use to cover one of these. Oh, there's a bookcase? I saw one. Huh. Schizophrenic as usual, Tappy. Let's get her to bed. There's a granola bar in here. Neat. Thank you. Not that radio. Oh, it has AEBS on it. Hell yeah. Wait, no, mine already has AEBS. Neat.
Yeah.
Shut up. You like this? You like this shit? You want this? Yeah. Photos of... You like it? I like it. I like looking at it.
Yeah.
Hey, someone else is alive. I keep fucking spawning. trash on the floor. Look, chat, it's you! Oh, there's my car.
Hey!
Come at me, bitch.
Hey!
You want a challenge? I am the challenge. Come at me. I am challenged. All dead. Can I... Hold on. Why can't I use, you know... Actually, I've never checked this one. Ooh, sushi. Neat. To barricade it... Okay, hold on. Barricades. Metal is... What do you mean Q? Are you trying to shout in my chat? Bruh. Dummy. Oh, I need a level 3 welding? Go fuck yourself! I'm gonna murder you. I'm gonna touch you. I'm gonna touch you, you know that? I'm gonna touch you. Fuck off. Where's oh? Hey, there's my gun. What can I do with this, actually? Ah. Oh, I need to take a piss. Fuck. Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. I need to take a drink. Fuck. I'm gonna go neuter the other house for the fun of it. I think there's some issue with the thing here. Oh, there you go. I think we made it a bit too big. Okay, it's not this one. I need something that baits zombies. That'd be pretty cool. Is that a cardboard box? I want that. Mine. Well, yeah, right. We were gonna go fucking ransack the heck out of the house. It's like completely fuck it up, everything. Hello, hi, Jack Baldy. Welcome, welcome. I'm still alive, yeah. I don't know, I'm just enjoying Sunblade. Can a girl not enjoy a game? Fuck this kitchen. Oh, wait, tables first. Tappy the curtain stealer. Tappy the curtain stealer. I steal curtain. I actually wonder, can I just... Okay, so I won't die. Nice. Nice. These are mine now. Mine. Wait, hold on. Are my pants just completely fucked? Oh my god. Who the fuck ate my who the fuck ate my dick? Chat, by the way, 18,000 arrows and rising. not bad. We need one more window to replace. See? Oh, okay. I don't know what the gnome is pointing at. Ah, shit. Oh, what are these? Is this where I found the picture of men kissing? Hopefully it is. Please tell me it was. Jesus Christ! My pants. All right. Oh yeah, you can't put it on there. You only put those things on there. You're gonna need some sort of Hello, Keyman. Hello, how you doing? I might keep streaming until you know I feel comfortable. How we doing? We're at 13, okay. I will. Alright, I think it's time. Electrical skill 3. I mean, we could definitely get that, like, in a second. Can we practice? Okay, yeah, we can't. Oh, that's expensive. Okay, We're better off just disassembling. Oh, will we? Oh, nowhere even close. We need to disassemble quite a fucking bit. What else can we disable? What else can we disable? Disassemble that. Almost there. What the fuck? I think this should give us enough. Yep, nice. Level up. Right now, for the main event, I think we should. Connect it. And then 3, 2, 1. Why is it like fucking so high? Did we set it to 40 again? Is it set to 40? That's fine. A bit far. 2 days. It's also taking its own, which is really weird. We have power. Is that cool? Wish we had a washing machine, honestly. It'd be pretty cool. Eh. Isn't this neat? How do we make the thing inside? Is there a thermostat I have to use, or? Nah, I don't think there is. This is my room! Look at that! Oh, it's so comfy! Look at these! Look at these! Mwah. You definitely gotta clean up the floors. We have power! We can cook food! Isn't that cool, chat? We can cook food now. I will need to grab some more mods, so I will be back a bit. Oh, I'm gonna go sit on the toilet for a bit. My tummy doesn't feel too good. Chat. Let's see. Load more. Choose mods. First Zomboid playthrough. Oh yeah. Oh, that'll be a good meal tonight. Can't wait to wake up tomorrow and a good night. And a good, yeah. Fucking BTR-80? The fuck? Oh, we should be good now. Why the fuck are we sitting at 22 people? What did I do? Somebody raid me? Nah. We're just baller like that, you know? We're just baller like that. Comfy. Man, I don't really want to stop streaming. It's just a good hobby to have. I really enjoy it. Kaido is still alive? What the fuck? God damn! There's no way Kaido is still fucking alive, man. I think that's a glitch. I think that's a glitch. $4? Eh? I might be schizophrenic. I thought Kaido like ended a while ago. I'm schizophrenic as shit. God damn, I am actually schizophrenic. This gets so tired. We fine? Are we fine? Okay. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Oh, fuck. OBS crashed again. We're fine. I'm sorry, I gooned you a bit too much today. I have been watching you for about 20 minutes. I have been watching you since you were trying to find a raid target. Fuck you! I was looking at who's alive at this time. Just generally who's alive at this point, so... I don't know, I just want to know who's alive. Is this one broken? When do you start stream? I swear to God, you started also 10 hours ago. Or am I being schizophrenic? I saw you and I'm like, the fuck? They're alive? Yeah. I was gonna say, cause it says 4 hours on Kaido stream. Haha. Haha. Somebody crashed. Somebody doesn't have a backup. Wang, 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 wang. Until I cannot speak anymore. Oh, I'm not raiding out. I'm going for another 2 fucking hours. I was supposed to be 8 hours, but like, you know, 8 hours is technically 12 hours. So... Nah, 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 nah. Thank you for the reedy shout out. Welcome, ladies. How you doing, Shout? I haven't seen you in so long. Oh, titties.
Catch this.
Hi, hello. I'm gonna keep going as long as I fucking can. I haven't eaten all day. Hi, hello. How you doing? How's your stream and everything? What are you guys playing? What were you playing? I'm still here, you Kaido, by the way. Fucking, I've been on for 11 hours and I'm still as energetic as I am 4 hours ago. So... wow, we did Arma 3. Ooh, wait. What do you do on Arma? What type of operation is it? Oh, I wanna play that someday. That seems interesting. Might. But yeah, I'm so glad you so much for the radius. Welcome, radius. My name is Tappy Wappy, the Hyper Fox. I play a lot of raid games and other War Thunder. A lot of military games, not only War Thunder. Military games, colony sims, a lot of stuff. But yeah, welcome. Thank you for the raid. You had a raid and run for me to do so. Thank you so much for the raid, Shara. Bye! Yeah. Night shots. No, wait. No. Fuck. Don't make me confused. What was I gonna say? Thank you for the raiders. So you guys have the raid and one and chat. Keep yourself a high said well fan or arrested. Raiders, not chat. Just raiders in general. Just it's been 12. It's been almost 12 hours. Just give me a break. I'm tired. Yeah, I'm not shower. It's been 12 hours. Okay, please do not expect me to be very. Hi, thank you for the readies, Kaido.
I was so irritated.
Turn off.
Cat lady.
Ugh.
What is that? Vinian! Staring at Steam, Spotify.
Yes, I'm watching Jadix. I'm watching Jadix react to watching me talk about my problems. Wow, and then they just closed it. I can't believe it.
This is your PSA. Log into NTE because they're...
Welcome, Janix. Welcome, Kaido. Welcome, News. My name is Happy Wappy, the hyperactive fox. I play a lot of variety games. Some War Thunder, mostly military games, military-esque games, a lot of colony simulators, and a lot of survival games. I love those things. Welcome, ladies. Yeah. Hopefully you guys stick around, have fun, keep yourself 100% well fed and well rested. Thank you for follows for the raid, and for all the raiders today. Honestly, I'm ending my week 1 anniversary, so yeah. I don't know. It feels like a lot of my stuff has gotten a lot better. Like my tracking has gotten a lot better for some reason. I don't know. A lot of tracking still don't exist. Okay, it's still fucking broken. Why is it still broken? Hold on. I will check the error logs real quick, because we are getting constant error logs. Annyeong, hi both of you. Hopefully you guys are doing great. Item condition, okay. But yeah, welcome, raiders. Hi, Yusuf. Hi, Gainix. Hi, Kaido. Yusuf, how you been? I'm fucking tired. I definitely need to take a shower today. It's definitely been quite an eventful week. Think about it. Next week's even worse. Yeah, I think that's just an override issue. Tired. Like a lot of 12 hours. Honestly, what if I have any contact or DMs from other people? I mean, this is what happens when you play Project Zomboid. It's just, you just get addicted to it in a way. And that's what I hope hit me tonight, you know? A dick. At least I get a break on Monday. I'm gonna finish up some art fights. Art fight? Alright. Have fun. Thank you for the raid, Phoenix. Bye. Dynamic trading. Did they actually make a newer version yet? I don't know. Did they come out with it yet? I don't think they have. Hold on. And they haven't. How does this? It doesn't work though. And there's even June 1st, June 29th. Issues like well, thing doesn't work. Sad. That mod is really cool though, in my opinion. Yeah, I think that thing kicked in. I'm gonna go around and just turn shit off. Okay, that's off. Light's still on. Well, that's two of them. Okay, never mind. Damn. Okay, that one is cool, but okay, neat UI. There we go. It's a bit broken. It's fine. Trapping. Lockpicking, belt, sheet. 44 Magnum. Could put some Cheville de Freezes over here. That'd be a good idea. Turn off the fridges over here. Wait, back off. Back off. Go around and search. Why is there a bicycle in here? What the fuck? Wait, how do I turn that off? You're taking a lot of my power. Turn off. Or just fucking remove them. That's fine. I'm surprised that's... Oh, it's because it's 2 of them and you actually physically can't fucking remove it. Alright, remove brush, tiles, brush, Yep, no. That thing is, I think since a new one, you can't really remove them for some fucking dumbass reason. I have no clue why. Eh? I thought I heard something. Plain fridge, cool shelves. They're taking quite a fucking bit. And actually, they're taking most of our power. Take it and... Yeah, good enough. Alright, so we gotta disable all of the stuff in here. Five days. See? That's a lot better. Let's take a little nap. I'm just glad we have a safe house now, honestly. That's the most thing I'm happy about. We at least have a safe house now. Where's the light switch? The toilet is kind of clipped, I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of sad. No. Use the fucking toilet. One of these places should at least have something to clean clothes with, right? I have an idea. You just go grab one. Right? You can just go grab one. Huh. Want to clean clothes? Just go fucking steal one from the neighbors. I don't know. Place has a... What is this? Clothing washer. I guess the place was actually both. Hold on. Hi, Sherry! Hello! Is there one in here? Actually, might be one in there, actually. Who the f... Jesus? I'm sorry, we can't have a second coming of Christ in this fucking apocalypse. What? Hi, Hom. I'm doing great. What about you? Hey, Shay, look what I found. This is my favorite item in the game. Look. Pictures of a photograph of two men kissing. I want a washing machine. Oi, buckaroos. Would you like to play something with me sometime? Sherry. Oh, right. We have War Thunder with you next week, right? Aw, good morning. I'm gonna be honest, I might go past 12 hours today, because, like, I genuinely don't know what to do with myself. One of these should have a washing, like, a dryer in them. Wonder if that guy's still alive. Well, there's a washing machine and... What? Who the fuck lives in here? Oh, hey. I think he's dead. Or yeah, either he died or despawned. I think on Wednesday, yeah. Honestly, I have really bad memory about that stuff. Oh, there he is. He died. Why are they all... I don't know why they all look like that. Likely 8 p.m. EST. I think that's the right... Oh, shit, I'm having struggle speaking now, chat. I feel like this is my limit. I think roughly about the 12-hour mark, I start to not be able to speak. I think 8 p.m. EST, yeah. Not EST, CST, Central Standard Time. Because EST right now is, it has fucking, what is it? The, me forgot. How heavy are these? I think they, I want a washing machine! Oh yeah, 8 p.m. CST. What, yeah. Is that a dog? Jesus! Are you okay? Doggy! Okay, this one I want. Here, you want a can of oats? Here, take another one. Doggy, careful. Okay. What should we name him? What should we name him, chat? I'm gonna name him... Name her. Should I name him Loki? Wait, hold on. We gotta check first. Is it a male or a female? It's a female. Let's name her Luna. Luna! Can I pick up Luna? I now have a dog in my hands. Luna! Good doggy. Good doggy. Ooh, I can put stuff on Luna. Right? Yeah. Trust, it's fine. Even I didn't do it. I kind of also never did. You're fine. Don't have to worry. I never did it either. Come at me, bitch. Honestly, the fact that zombies don't attack the, yeah! Holy! Holy fuck! Yeah, dogs don't get attacked. Get him, boy. Get him. Yeah, the dog can't die. Get him. Come on. Good boy. Such a good boy. Good girl, actually. Fuck. I mean, that's the issue. Everybody's used to calling dogs girls, so. Wait, should we name? I wouldn't name it dog meat, but it's not white, so. I mean, it's not. It's, how do I say? It's not that color that's supposed to be. Dog meat is a German Shepherd breed, and that's not a German Shepherd, you know. Get him, doggy. Jesus Christ. Okay, I love this doggo. Dog meat the murderer. There you go. We got a washing machine and a driver. A dishwasher? That's a dishwasher. Okay, you know the meme where like the fucking I don't know. Oh, so huskies, so different breeds give you different perks. Okay, that's neat. That's neat to know. Where do we want to put this? Yeah, so like different dog breeds do different things, basically. He doesn't actually get hungry or thirsty that quickly, from what I've realized. It's an adult. Okay. Is a Docko in the car with me? Oh. Oh, he does! I don't know where the bicycle came from, but... There we go. Ducky. Ducky! Ducky, ducky, ducky. You're not coming. I'll leave you inside for now. Tell it to stay. I think it's like... What's the issue? There you go. I think I brought a... Did I not? Oh, I didn't. Fuck it. You know what? It's fine. It's just a pipe wrench. We already know where one is. Some of these are not even dirty at all. How do I turn it on? I guess not. Why is it... What the f... Okay, I'm removing that fucking thingy. That doesn't... It does fuck up with the neat UI. Like, quite a fuck... I'm not a fluffy girl, like you. I'm giving it a middle finger right now, you can't see it. I fucking shouldn't have the thing that gives me... That lets me, be able to give you guys the middle finger. That'll be so fucking cool, though. That would be so neat, honestly. Yeah, the bird. And everybody knows about the bird. I mean, a bird. But it's a weird. I mean, a bird. But it's a weird. What is this? There's a fuck version of this? It's really low fun. Nah, not good. Not in my opinion. God damn, that horrified me. Jesus fuck, what the hell, game? Alright, let's see. It should not fucking break again. Let's start cleaning up it. Take all the trash out. Why? How do you get in? Oh, okay. She's taking a shower! You fucking doing ace. Filthy people. You know what? I'm actually proud of that. That's like. Yeah, we used the entire day to find a fucking... Really? All of you are coming with me. Mine. Buddy, you exist. Hello. What? Yeah, we have another one at home anyways. It's fine. Eh? Where'd it go? Oh, did we not pick it up? I don't think we picked it up. Hold on. I forgot. Where is it? Huh? Nani? Okay. Go fuck me, I guess. How does picking up a... There you go. Good boy. How do I... The erosion thing, how do I... it's fine. Oh. Oh, that makes sense. Does she need anything right now? Yeah, has modes. The husky is satisfied. Yes! Chat, the husky is satisfied. The husky is satisfied. The husky must feast. Actually, I actually gave my last piece of food to the husky, didn't I? Oh shit, I did, yeah. It's fine. Read cooking, read tailoring. Good night, doggy. We need to go get food. I'm gonna go get food. We can spend a bit of time going to get around and get food. If we do, I think that guy. We haven't looted that guy yet. Honestly, I'm gonna go grab his body. Poor guy. Overachieved and died. Classic. Coding and who the fuck wants to learn coding? You know what? That's fair. Some people might. I keep forgetting that coding is actually a respectable, you know, a respectable profession. And not a hellhole. I hate coding, if you not realized, chat. Ooh, milk. I don't think making it French makes it any better. I ain't gonna lie. I think making it French actually makes it worse. You're alright. Yeah, what is coding? What does coding have to do with throwing bodies out of a window? What? Huh? Even I'm fucking confused. The French? Yes. I can theoretically grab a 200-liter barrel of fucking... 200-liter... barrel? Wait. Okay. 200-liter barrel... Chat, my brain no work. Sorry. Wait, how'd he die? Poor guy. I was gonna say he died a horrible death, but I disagree. Thanks for the food, though. He died a completely avoidable death. I was actually thinking of recruiting him, but I'm like, you know what? He's probably gonna murder me. You know, actually get me killed. So I'm like, probably not a good idea. Eh. And guess what? I was fucking right. Actually, very, very right, actually. Holy. He seppuku himself by shooting guns. Not the best way to go, honestly. Not the best way to go. What do I need? Oh, it's gonna be Doggy, calm down, doggo. Toto, you going to bed? I take it you're going to bed, right? Oh, I can't fucking see my DMs, bro. It's fucking broken. It is time for me to go to bed. She's a bit thirsty. Hey, Cooper! 안녕! Dog's doing its thing. Oh, wow. I'm doing great. What about you? Aw, okay, okay. Well, I'm also kind of getting tired, I'm not gonna lie. The new release is actually pretty good. I'm actually playing it right now, actually. It is pretty nice, actually. I'm not gonna lie. I like it a lot.